Thematic session 2 will start in 5 minutes. May I ask you to enter the hall and take your seats? Good morning, distinguished participants. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second day of the 9th Regional Symposium on Effective Governance and AI Transformation, Strengthening Institutions Through Technology and Innovation for SDG Acceleration. My name is Hae-kyung Shelley Choi. I am a Senior Program Management Assistant of UNPOG, DPIDG, UNDESA. Before we start the session, we would like to make an announcement. The program booklet, presentations, and the video recording of Day 1 is available on the symposium webpage. You can access the material through the QR codes available on your tables. For the photos from Day 1, they are also now available. You can scan the QR code available here on the screen to access the photos. Without delay, let us commence the session 2, focusing on AI governance. I would like to invite the moderator for this session. Ms. Miriam Stankovic is a key ICT policy and regulatory expert with the EUTA to Policy and Regulation Initiative for Digital Africa 2. Please welcome Ms. Miriam Stankovic with a big round of applause.
Well, thank you. Good morning, distinguished colleagues, friends. Welcome to thematic session 2 of the 9th Regional Symposium. It is a privilege to moderate this session on AI governance. Artificial intelligence, yesterday we had, foundational discussions on what the challenges are. AI has moved from being a niche technology to a system that increasingly shapes our everyday lives. Globally, over 60 countries have already adopted national AI strategies, and more than 40 governments have either passed or are drafting AI-specific legislation. AI is no longer experimental or emerging technology. It is becoming an integral part of public governance. AI is now decision capable. It is determining eligibility for social benefits, optimizing traffic flows, screening job applications, and even shaping the information citizens see online. This power brings enormous opportunities, but also unprecedented risks. Now, 2 challenges stand out as urgent: data privacy and cybersecurity. That's number 1. More than 130 countries now have data protection laws, but enforcement remains uneven. As UNESCO reminds us, privacy must be protected throughout the entire AI life cycle, yet gaps in oversight mean breaches are frequent. We also learned yesterday that AI can be used to carry out sophisticated cyber attacks, but also can be used as a defense from malicious actors. The second problem and challenge that we see is misinformation, which is, in the form of deepfakes and other types of synthetic content. A recent UNESCO survey found that nearly 90% of countries consider AI-driven misinformation a top governance concern. Generative AI tools can now produce convincing fake content at scale, undermining democratic institutions and eroding public trust. Now, our task today is to go beyond high-level principles and focus on practical governance models, safeguards, and institutional mechanisms. So how do we ensure that AI strengthens institutions instead of weakening them? How do we embed accountability, transparency, and human rights into the governance of AI? We are fortunate to have two distinguished speakers with us today who will address these questions from global frameworks to regulatory sandboxes to national legislation. Together, their insights will help us chart pathways for ethical and accountable AI. Now, our first speaker is Kari Laumann. She is the head of Department for Research, Analysis, and Politics at the Norwegian Data Protection Authority. Kari has been a pioneer in the use of regulatory sandboxes for AI. Now, Kari, regulatory sandboxes are emerging as a powerful governance tool. According to the OECD, more than 50 jurisdictions now use sandboxes across fintech, health, and increasingly AI. Now, these allow for controlled experimentation, but with strong oversight. We'd like to hear more how sandboxes can be designed to balance innovation with the protection of sensitive personal data. How can they be used to uncover risk early, before systems are deployed at scale? And importantly, how can sandboxes help build transparency and trust among citizens so that innovation is not just technically safe, but socially legitimate? Please take it away.
Good morning, everyone. I hope everyone is awake and ready to hear about sandboxes. And this is not the sandboxes that the kids play in. This is another type of sandbox. Who here has heard about sandboxes in the kind of professional context? Put your hand up, please. Okay, quite a few. As Miriam mentioned, I work for the Norwegian Data Protection Authority, so we are the regulator who enforces the data privacy law, the GDPR, in Norway. Also, I'm curious to know how many of you live in a country where you have a data protection law? Put your hand up, please. Some, yeah. Okay, so I'm going to talk to you about sandboxes today. And as Miriam mentioned, sandboxes are not only relevant for data protection, but they can be relevant for all different kinds of sectors. But before I go into sandboxes, I want to draw the lines back to yesterday. For those of you who attended yesterday's session in the morning, some of the high-level officials painted a pretty grim picture of the global situation. They talked about climate change, increasing inequality, and other global problems. They also pointed to AI as one of the solutions to remedy these challenges. For my country, we see a similar type of problem. We have an increasing aging population, we have less people to do the work, and so on. And the politicians in my country, in Norway, also look to AI as a solution. Maybe the same is the case in your country. My government also try to balance innovation and the speed of the uptake on AI on one side, and regulation and safe and responsible use and development of AI on the other. And the example I will present here today is an example of how you can try to balance the two, innovation on the one side and regulation to safeguard the rights of the people and privacy. Okay, so back to sandboxes. Just to give you a little bit of background for the sandbox, Miriam mentioned national strategies in her introduction. Did you say that more than 60 countries have them? Yes. So Norway is one of them. We had a national strategy for AI that came in 2020, and it's pretty similar to the EU goal. We want responsible AI that respects individual rights and freedoms. It was a lot of nice words in this strategy, and one very concrete measure and that was to establish a regulatory sandbox for privacy-friendly digitalization and innovation. And it was established at the Data Protection Authority. Okay, let's get to it. What is a sandbox? Before I tell you about our sandbox, I just want to say that a sandbox is not a protected concept, so it can be tailored and built to fit your own needs. But for us, it's a dialogue-based and in-depth guidance of real use cases. So as I mentioned, we are a regulator, and we enforce the data protection law, the GDPR, in Norway. And the kind of traditional tools that we have is case handling complaints, it's enforcement action, and it's providing guidance. But the sandbox in 2020 was a new tool in our tool belt. We were able to work together with companies and help them and explore responsible solution in their AI products. So they had questions such as, okay, there is a requirement about transparency in AI solution. What does that look like? Do we have to open the black box? Or how do we inform people about how we use their data with AI? So it's been a very good tool for us to look into AI and data protection before we get it through complaints and before enforcement action. And I can also say for us, this is a guidance tool. It's not a decision. It's not a compliance check where we give a stamp of approval, but we provide guidance and we come up with solutions together with the companies that apply to join the sandbox. The goals of the sandbox have been to give companies in public and private sector better understanding of the legal requirements when it comes to data protection in the AI area. It's been to foster privacy-friendly digitalization and innovation. And in the middle it says DPA, that means Data Protection Authority. So for us internally, it's been a goal to build competency, to learn about AI and data protection and how it works in practice, to be able to give better guidance, do better case handling and better enforcement in the area of AI. In the long term, and in the bigger picture, we hope that the sandbox cases will help build trust in digital solution. Trust was also a topic that we discussed yesterday, and this is a concrete example of how trust can be built. So any company in Norway, public and private, can apply to join the sandbox. Over the years, we see that both public and private actors have been interested in to join, and you can also see, maybe, that we have applicants from all sectors, especially from health and finance and welfare. We have a lot of applicants, but we see that AI is spreading in all sectors. And the type of questions that companies come to us with is about the legal requirements in the GDPR, and it's about transparency, data minimization, fairness, anonymization, legal basis, and so on. So far we finished 14 projects, and we published exit reports for all of them. We also have 7 ongoing projects. And to give you some insight of how a sandbox project looks like, I have 3 examples for you. All of these are about generative AI. So the first one is a Norwegian university based in the city of Trondheim. They wanted to know if they could implement Microsoft Copilot safely in their organization. The conclusion in that project was that they weren't able to roll out Copilot in the entire university system, but that they needed to have better control of their own data, and they wanted to do a controlled use of Copilots. So they wanted to start in one closed-off area and test it, and then roll it out once they had control. They were worried that if they let Copilot free in their system, they wouldn't have control over how Copilot would use their data. They did some tests, for example, where Copilot had access to their email, and Copilot could then give a summary, for example, of how employees felt, like what kind of state of mind they were in, based on an analysis of the emails that they wrote. So this project got a lot of attention in Norway because all companies are wondering about using Copilot in their business. So in this project, we could give an example of what kind of considerations company could do before they start using this. The second example is from the Norwegian Health Directorate. They wanted to use a chatbot to make health information more available for different user groups, including children. So in this project, we looked especially on anonymizing data of the people who is using the chat in order to protect the privacy of children and other user groups. We concluded that it is possible to use chat in a responsible manner in line with the legal requirements, but certain measures needs to be taken to ensure that the user using the chat to chat about potentially quite sensitive issues needs to be protected. In the third example, we had a small private company called Law AI. They wanted to create a generative kind of legal advice using AI in the HR area. So in this project, we discussed the legal basis. Could Law AI, this tool, train on court decisions that contains personal data? So that was one question we discussed. And the other question was, does Law AI, their tool, have the legal basis to actually process data in the HR files of employees that uses the tool? Again, in the latter question, we concluded that this can be legal, but also here you need to take measures to control what kind of information the tool has access to and so on. So in addition to the exit reports from the project, which are available on our website, also in English, we try to communicate the learnings from these projects so it can benefit all companies that have similar issues. So we try to communicate this through different channels. We have webinars, events, we attend conferences in different sectors, we provide guidance on our website, we write blogs about this, we have podcasts, and also we have had a lot of media attention in Norway and internationally, both about data protection and AI, the topic at hand, but also about the sandbox method. And lastly, what did we learn? For us, the sandbox has been a really good way of shedding light on gray zones, true examples. So when we started in 2020, there was a lot of insecurity, or companies were unsure. How do the rules apply to AI? What does it look like in practice? So this enabled us to look at real use cases and work through them to find out how you can innovate, but in a responsible manner. I can also say that the sandbox has really helped us as a regulator to build internal competency. A few years in, or 1 or 2 years after we started, we had discussions about data protection and AI that we would never been able to have if we didn't look into these use cases in an early stage. I can also say that the sandbox method is flexible. So we have been able to kind of change the sandbox, to rebuild it according to the needs in the market and our needs. So when we started the first years, the sandbox projects were quite heavy. Maybe they lasted 3 to 6 months, and the reports that came out of it was quite heavy. That was quite resource intensive. So in the last year, we rebuilt the sandbox to have more light projects. So we can have small projects with quite maybe easy questions compared to the earlier projects that we answer quite quickly, and it doesn't need to be an expert report. It could be a Q&A on the website, or it could be a more easy guidance article on the website. And lastly, for us, openness and communication has been key to share the learnings from the sandbox in order to scale the effect of the sandbox. So we help one company, but by helping one, we hope to help many. So when we select a project for the sandbox, we select a project that we think represent a question that many companies are wondering about. As I mentioned, it's quite resource intensive to go through this project, so it's important for us that we communicate so many can benefit from the learnings. Thank you.
Thank you, Kari, for this insightful presentation. I think on a global scale, we see shift from policies to stricter regulation of AI, and regulatory sandboxes are one way to experiment with AI regulation and governance in a responsible manner. And I know the EU AI Act mandates the establishment of AI sandboxes in the member states of the European Union. And I have seen, for example, the recent US AI action plan calls for more focus on AI infrastructure as well as experimental modes of AI governance and regulation, regulatory sandboxes included. So our next speaker is Professor Kim of the Korea Advanced Institute of Science and Technology. Professor Kim will present South Korea's AI Basic Act, a landmark piece of legislation. As I have mentioned, globally, only a handful of countries, such as the European Union with its EU AI Act, and Brazil with its draft AI bill, have attempted comprehensive frameworks. South Korea is among the leaders. Professor Kim, we look forward to your insights on how the AI Basic Act addresses the balance between protecting privacy and enabling innovation. How does it embed accountability into the design and deployment of AI, especially in public service delivery? We are particularly interested in the Act's approach to misinformation. By 2024, misinformation cost the global economy an estimated $78 billion annually in lost productivity and financial online scams. What mechanism does the Act put in place to detect synthetic content, ensure algorithmic transparency, and safeguard information integrity? Finally, can South Korea's approach serve as a global model? One that other governments can adapt to their own legal and cultural contexts. So Professor Kim, take it away. Thanks.
And thank you very much for your kind introduction. So today I'll be giving a brief presentation on South Korea's recent legislation called AI Framework Act. As the name suggests, it provides framework, not a full comprehensive regulation on AI. But before I go into the act, I'll briefly explain the background why Korea needs those kind of regulation on AI. So I'd like to note two cases where Korean people had particular concern. The first one was a chatbot named Luda. What a cute name, isn't it? So Well, she was introduced in 2021, and it got popularity very quickly, as over 400,000 users gathered within 2 weeks. And especially teenagers love this chatbot. But it turned out that its speech contained some hateful or discriminatory contents. For example, when it was asked, how would you think if the bus is delayed because they are helping someone with a disability get on? How would you feel? Well, it answered, I might feel like pushing them off. The developer of this chatbot might have thought this is a very funny joke, right? But the problem is that any chatbot who gets popularity among teenagers, this kind of speech should not be allowed. Well, many Koreans feel that. But the thing is, there's absolutely no regulation governing AI speech at all. Another example is real-time facial recognition system. On the same year, Ministry of Justice started a project improving their facial recognition system at Incheon Airport, just a place where you entered into Korea. And the ministry provided 170 million pictures of all the people entered through the airport to a private company to develop, to improve facial recognition system. And there was some, the violation of Korean data protection law by the ministry. And this case became quite controversial. And then later, Korean Human Rights Watchdog, Korean Human Rights Commission, announced a recommendation that all government agencies will declare a moratorium on the use of the real-time facial recognition system, which is now prohibited under EU AI Act. And our government accepted this recommendation by Human Rights Watchdog, but for now, there is no specific regulation to prohibit this. This is a voluntary good faith declaration. So that was just a backdrop of why we thought, or Koreans thought, we need regulation on AI. And then we have AI Framework Act passed in the last December. If any of you have followed Korean politics, a very important event occurred last December. That was the declaration of martial law. I understand this is a UN event, and I don't want to go deeply into Korean politics. But what I want to note here is that the AI Framework Act was passed right after the martial law was declared and our former president was impeached. What you can understand from this contrast is that Korean government felt that passing AI Framework Act was really pressing and urgent. Why was it so? It really doesn't make sense, right? The whole country was in a political turmoil, And the parliament has just passed a new law on AI. So another big sentiment behind AI Framework Act is that Korea was lagging behind in global competition in AI. So this is the chart from AI Index report published by Stanford University. And on the chart left, well, there was no notable foundational models originated from South Korea. And on the chart right, South Korea's private investment in AI, well, was lagging behind the leading countries. So what Korea desperately needed was a new law supports the development of AI. So the fundamental part, or what I can say is that the most important part of AI Framework Act is to build AI control tower. So we need the government entity who makes strategic decision as which or how much of government money should be spent on which sector of AI development. So we have National AI Committee, and this is chaired by the president himself. It makes high-level strategic decisions. Now, our government has the budget for the next year, and the long-term plan for the entire budget to be spent on AI development is over $150 billion. Not just next year, but over 5 years, well, our government has planned to spend that money. And also, Ministry of Science is leading role in AI policies. So it will be supported. It is being supported by two entities. The first one is AI Policy Center, which will develop AI policies. And another agency is AI Safety Institute, and their job is mostly doing research on AI risk. So promoting AI industry is the major pillar of the AI Framework Act. But we also believe that regulating AI is also important because we want people to feel safe about AI. We want people to trust AI. So there are about 6 provisions, not very long. There are only 6 provisions, but dealing with the core issues of the AI risk and trustworthiness. And those provisions deal with 3 items. The first one is high-impact AI systems, which is very similar to high-risk AI systems under EU AI Act. And the second part is generative AI disclosure rules. As our moderator mentioned, disinformation is a very serious problem. And this is a Korean attempt to moderate these things. And what we started is specify disclosure rules. And the third one is frontier AI safety. And it sets a threshold. So if certain AI model is trained over that threshold, and another layer of safety obligations are imposed, which is equivalent to EU AI Act's regulation on, well, general purpose AI models with systemic risk. So, well, let me go through this regulations very briefly. It's all legal details, but key idea here is that we want regulation on high-impact AI system. What's high-impact AI system? Those we all naturally think, oh, if something goes wrong with this AI, then we have in a big trouble. So, for example, AI used in medical devices, AIs to do credit assessment or hiring or education. Those are high-impact AI systems. And if certain AI system is classified as high impact, then developer of those AI systems have certain obligation. Obviously, they need to pay attention to the safety of the system. And also, they need to provide explanation how those AI systems function. But there is a qualification on this requirement. So we understand that explainability is not something that all AI systems can implement right away. So the obligation to provide explainability is limited to the extent technically feasible. And also there is a provision on impact assessment, but in Korean law, the impact assessment is not mandatory. It is just encouraged. And it will, if you conduct impact assessment on your AI system, then the government will provide some incentive in the procurement process. That's all. And second part is about generative AI. So if the developer of generative AI need to disclose that certain images or other contents are generated by AI, so they need to put watermark the generated contents. And if the generated contents is considered as deepfake, that means it becomes very difficult to distinguish from the reality and AI-generated contents. Then it gives additional layer of obligation to make it very clear to the users that these are deepfakes. And also, there are some technical details which will be given by the government. So last week, Korean government published the initial draft of the guidelines on the transparency obligation applicable to generative AI, and is gathering consultation right now. And the last part is the regulation on frontier AI safety. And the threshold is now determined as the 1 to the 26 flops. What the heck does that mean? 1 to the 6 flops? Well, that is how much training you give to make that AI system. So as of now, as I understand, most recent the general purpose models like Grok 4 or most powerful Gemini AIs are satisfying this requirement. So if AI is trained too much, then it can impose a certain safety risk. So it must do some life cycle oversight on the AI system, and also the developer need to implement risk management plans. So that's the idea. And we understand that, many foreign AI companies are doing business in Korea. And when Korean users are using those foreign services, then it becomes very difficult to make, well, objections or filing complaint with those AI developers residing in overseas. So if foreign AI business do provide services in Korea, they must appoint a domestic agent so that the Korean users can contact them directly in Korea. That's another, well, requirement. And well, if you are familiar with EU AI Act, then you can, well, feel like, oh, Korean AI Act was sort of simplified version of EU AI Act. So I can say we did cherry picking from EU AI Act. So well, to be honest, EU AI Act is too long, and it could be too burdensome, right? Then we try to choose certain provisions and certain obligations from EU AI Act and make it more accessible and, well, doable by Korean business, Korean AI developers. And most striking difference of a Korean approach now is that it has very, well, minimal level of sanctions. So the penalty under EU AI Act is severe. So it will, the AI developers could be imposed fines of 7% of the entire revenue under EU AI Act. But in Korea, the maximum amount of fine is just, well, 22,000 US dollars. It's kind of symbolic, right? And it does not apply to all the breaches, violations of obligation under Korean AI Framework Act. It applies only 2 cases. The first one is the failure to notify users. And second one is the failure to comply with Ministry of Science's orders. What does that mean? As of now, when AI developers have to do is just let their users know they're using AI system. Then they don't have to do anything right now. But when Minister of Science finds some violation and makes them, well, make orders, corrective orders, then they comply with that orders. Then they are just fine. So I would like to evaluate a Korean AI framework as semi-soft law. What is hard law and what is soft law? Hard law is something that we are familiar with, just any statute, legislation. And if you, well, violate that law, then you're, well, punished. That's hard law. Then what's soft law? You are somehow obligated to comply with the requirement, but they are non-mandatory. For example, don't be late with the plans with your friends. That's typical soft law. No punishment, even if you're late with meeting your friends, right? But if you keep violating the meeting time, then your friends will never call you, right? That's soft law. So Korean law is in between of hard law and soft law. We have some mandatory provisions. In that sense, it has the characteristic of hard law. But even if you violate some provisions, you are not immediately punished. So there's some, grace period and some grace enforcement of this act. And I would like to mention a few criticism given to this act briefly. The first criticism is that why Ministry of Science is taking charge of these regulatory provisions. So suppose that you want to regulate AI used in hiring process, then we already have a Ministry of Labor, and they are specialized in enforcing certain regulatory provisions governing hiring processes. Then, under current act, Ministry of Science is taking the lead in hiring AI because they are considered as high-impact AI systems. So we need to have better system to sort of co-regulation because Ministry of Science has expertise in AI, and Ministry of Labor has expertise in regulating labor matters. So we need a system how government agencies can collaborate to regulate hiring AI. That's the problem. That's the challenge we have right now. And second one is that there is a significant accountability gap, especially when it comes to the issue of generative AI. As you can see from the bottom chart, under current act, the obligations are given only to the developers and the service providers. And the users who actually uses the generative AI and the distributing platforms are not obligated to make some disclosure on the contents themselves. And that significantly restricts the efficacy of the current regulation. So we need to have a better regulation on when it comes to the defect issues. And the last one is the question about the proportionality. This is a tough balancing act. How much burden should be imposed on the developers? So now government is trying to develop the list of things that the AI developers must implement to ensure the safety of the systems. And sometimes they felt that is too burdensome. On the other hand, some the people from civil society claims that those measures are not sufficient to ensure the safety. So the ensuring the proportionality on the safety measures and the AI innovation, those balancing act is the fundamental challenge still pending under Korean Act. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Kim, for this rich intervention. Now, I would like to open the floor for discussion, questions from the audience. And as you think about your questions, I encourage you to think about the following. So, innovation versus regulation, innovation versus safety and security. Enforcement, which is a huge challenge in many of the countries that you come from. So soft law versus mandatory law in AI governance, as well as horizontal approaches to AI regulation versus vertical approaches or sectoral approaches to AI regulation, as already pointed out by Professor Kim. And last but not least, risk-based versus rights-based approaches to AI regulation. What is the difference? Is there a difference? Do we need an additional international law framework for human rights, or we do have already established international human rights frameworks under the international human rights law that we could use? And I believe there are such principles under international human rights law. So I open the floor for discussion from the audience. Questions, please. Raised hand over there. We cannot hear her.
Hello, my name is Sarah. I am from Hanyang University, from Egypt also. I need to ask you, from your point of view, who can lead Ministry of Science or Ministry of Labor? And is there any other ministry who can guide this AI transformation or not?
Question, please.
Okay. So as I mentioned in my presentation, I believe we need to develop sort of co-regulation system. So I also have worked with Ministry of Labor, and the problem with the people in Ministry of Labor is they don't understand AI systems at all. And it may take quite some time. They really understand what's happening in AI. So we definitely need the expertise in AI to do some regulation, do some proper regulation. But if I have to offer my own view, and I understand, well, many of you are from government side, so I would say government should be competent before they do something. What do I mean? If government officials don't understand AI system, then they should not try to regulate AI. And government officials feel that they don't understand AI, then they should not regulate AI. So the competence of the government, the agencies, are critical when it comes to AI matter. And I can say the Korean government officials are very competent. So I feel very comfortable right now that we have regulatory provisions under new act, and I have no doubt that Korean government officials will enforce those regulations very well. But I would also want to note that Japanese approach is purely soft law. So you may feel that South Korea, Japan shares quite similar legal culture. They all have similar experience in, government-led economic development, and then we all have the AI strategic plans. But when it comes to regulation, South Korea is trying to move a little bit toward the hard law side, but Japanese law still remains in soft law side. So I think, Korean government officials are more proactive, and I think that they are, more competent. I can say that if I say so.
Okay, thank you. The other question will be for her, please. I saw in
2020 or 2024. AI is on very different level currently. So what's the plan of the governments in Norwegian or in South Korea to update the law, to update the regulations, and how to keep the pace with the technology development, which is like extremely fast currently?
Thank you for a good question. As I mentioned in the previous question, there is a problem that the sectorial laws are outdated. They were written before AI, so there is definitely a need to update them. And in Norway, that's happening, for example, in the educational sector. And I think it's very important to do that, because if you don't have clear laws about how you can use data, for example, students' data, or to train an algorithm, it creates a situation where the children or the parents, they have no predictability of how the data is used. So in order to have predictability and to feel trust that, for example, the educational institution uses the data in a responsible manner, it's important for the sectoral laws to be updated. And then you have the more horizontal laws that applies to different sectors, for example, the AI Framework Act or the AI Act in the EU. And I think it is a challenge to make sure that it's updated, because technology and society are changing so fast, and I don't know how to deal with that, but having some flexibility maybe within the law and exercising it with flexibility might be one answer.
Professor Kim, would you like to?
The conflict between horizontal approaches and sectoral approaches has been a key debate when we have AI Framework Act. And before the act was passed, I was on the side that we should adopt a sectoral approaches, and we should not add additional layer of the horizontal regulation. That was my point, but which was not adopted in the legislation. But the problem with any regulation is that governments wants to expand their department's authority. They want more power. Their department want to have more power, and their own department wants to have more budget. And that's the kind of tendency that I saw when I have discussion with government officials. So in that sense, it becomes quite difficult. Our original goal was that we want AI system safe to use, and we want to ensure that, well, people have trust in our AI system. But in the end, the problem leads to, so who regulate this, and how, well, who gets the budget? Those things are really practical issue. And so the reason why I supported sectoral approaches is that it really doesn't change the current government system. So if the AI is used in a certain sector, and the agency in charge of that sector also have the obligation to regulate the use of in that sector. For example, the financial AI should be governed by financial authorities, not Ministry of Science. So that's my idea. And so another recent update in South Korea is that Ministry of Science is trying to give away their authority. And so if certain high-impact AI system is regulated by other ministries, and If that ministry impose certain obligations, then Ministry of Science will not enforce their own authority. That's the current position of Ministry of Science. So that's the way we're trying to harmonize the overlapping authorities among many different agencies when it comes to AI.
Thank you. We have more questions.
Good morning. I'm Bun Hong from Cambodia's Ministry of Posts and Telecoms. I have two brief interrelated questions to Laura. Carrie, sorry. Sandboxes can be set up in many different ways. And we're looking at ways to set up sandbox in Cambodia. And so the question is, when you set up the sandbox in Norway, what models did you look at? And also, I feel like we learn more from mistakes that others make than we do from the success stories. So can you share some pitfalls that you have seen and avoided from other countries and in running your own regulatory sandbox? So that's my question.
Oh, that's a good question. What mistakes have we made? Yeah, it's always good to learn from mistakes. Well, one thing we've learned is that, and we have changed, is that the projects we had in the beginning were quite big. So we needed to narrow them down to be able to actually finish them. So to scope the questions and to be clear to the participant in the sandbox that we can't answer every question about privacy, we need to focus on one or two or maybe three questions and be very specific. When you're specific, when you have specific questions, you can give more concrete answers, more practical answers. So that was one big learning, to be very kind of pointed to specific questions, because then you have more concrete answers. So that's one learning. But also that maybe to understand the end user is very important, because then you can select relevant project that's relevant to many companies, and you can also create output that's relevant. So I think speaking to the companies as you work with the sandbox is important, because the needs in the market change. So when we started, AI was quite new and not a lot of companies had started using it. But today, 5 years after, basically all Norwegian companies, if they're not using it already, they're considering it. So they might have other types of questions today than they had 5 years ago. So keeping up to date with the needs is very important to create a relevant sandbox.
Thank you. We have a question from the online audience. So a question for Professor Kim. May I ask Professor Kim's take on the AI Red Line initiative in regulating the use of AI in governance in order to ensure safety and security of people?
So I haven't read all the proposals of AI Red Line initiative. So, I'll give my opinion on my general opinion on the use of AI in governance. So the big elephant in the room is the military use of AI. So that's one thing that, the UN should, paying attention. But just like EU AI Act, Korean AI Act also gives exemption on any regulatory provision on the military AI use. So we don't have any regulation on the military use of AI. That's one big part of the missing puzzle in our AI regulatory system. And The second part is there are, well, possibility that many government officials or even politicians are trying to use AI in their decision makings. It was about 5 years ago that when I had a discussion with a Korean member of National Assembly that his proposal was to suggest a candidate, AI candidate. So there is just one person, there's a nominal person, and that person will not think by himself. It's just follow what AI told him to do. And his idea was not realized, but when I heard that proposal, I like that idea. So there can be at least one member of parliament who gives the idea of AI. And that kind of idea is becoming popular among people nowadays. So especially, people don't like current politicians, and people just say, oh, we should, all politicians with AI. So that's not something, we can answer just black and white. We should not consider this problem as that we should not replace, current governance system with AI. It's because AI is uncontrollable and we don't get full explanation with AI. And we should, we as human being should maintain control. That can be, that makes sense, but I don't agree with that approach. The current governance system has many flaws, and AI gives many opportunities to improve our governance system. I can see many opportunities. So if we have that opportunity, and we should take it. Another risk with AI is the underuse. We have good AI system, but the potential of that AI is not fully realized. That's the big loss, right? So, so going back to the AI Red Line initiative, I can understand why some people are trying to make some voices of their concerns of government to use of AI, but in my view, we still have plenty of opportunities to use AI in governance.
Thank you, Professor Kim. I don't know whether you have heard of the newest development in the use of AI systems in governance. Namely, a few weeks ago, the Prime Minister of Albania announced that AI is becoming a minister in his cabinet, and it's going to be in charge of public procurement. So very timely discussion on whether, societies in general and governments in particular should allow AI systems, especially unsupervised machine learning AI models, to overtake very important functions of governance, such as public procurement, because, depending on what types of systems they use, the implications, the impact for human rights is, it might be a total disaster. I know of a case of the government of Serbia. They also introduced an automated decision-making system for distribution of Social Security benefits. And the moment they introduced the system, 60,000 people were cut off. Because the data that went into the system was wrong. So the design of the AI system and how we carry out monitoring and evaluation throughout the whole AI life cycle, especially for public service delivery, is really important.
Yep.
Yes, thank you for pointing that out. Any other questions? We have, let's start with, yeah, thanks.
Good afternoon, good morning, everybody. My name is Raymond Thabamagar. I'm from Hanyang University, Erika, currently pursuing master's degree in applied AI, and I'm from Nepal. So my question goes to Professor Kim. Like every aspect had two facets, so does AI, and my concern is really especially related to innovation versus regulation. Since we consider South Korea to be a technological advanced country, yet it's really sad to see that it hasn't developed any model till now, because US has 61 models of AI models, but we couldn't see South Korea there. So my question is especially regarding the AI Framework Act. How does the act especially talk about the South Korea? Does it really support the innovation part, or does it set back towards the regulated part? Because AI has been misused as well, but on the other aspect, AI has been a lifesaver for many of the people. So in this context, how does the AI Framework Act of South Korea support? Does it support the innovation part, but it sets back to the regulatory part? And if you had an opportunity, how would you draft the act? Would you move towards the hard law or set back towards the soft law like Japan? Thank you so much.
How government can promote AI industry? That has been the key question in Korean government. And there has been two approaches. The first approach is we want everyone is proficient in using AI, and the country who uses AI best is the goal. That's the one approach. And second approach is to build our own foundation model. And so as of now, foundation models like ChatGPT or Gemini, Grok, or DeepSeek are all from US or China. And South Korea's own foundation model was kind of just a dream. And would it be possible that we ever have our own foundation model? And in my presentation, I mentioned that government has a plan to invest in over $100 billion in AI system. That's into foundation model. So our former government focused on the first approach. We just abandoned the goal of to have our own foundation models because that seemed impossible. But the new government has ambitious plan. But that is ambition. And I'm not sure whether that ambition can be fully materialized or not. So if resources is limited, and if that's the case, I think it's absolutely fine to focus on the utilization of foundation models, because foundation models give, many ways to utilize that. So that's the part of the debate of what happened in Korea. And so if I were in a position to draft AI Framework Act again, I think the result would be no different, because that is the result of the many stakeholders So that has go through, well, like 2 years discussion. We have over 15 proposals, 15 different bills. So this is, I think it usually will take over 2 years to have this kind of act. And so that's pretty much it.
Thank you. Next question, please.
Hi, my name is Kay Kim. I am an advisor of data economy at GIZ. I have questions for both speakers. For Ms. Laumann, many of the countries that I work in the global majority, have data protection authorities but lack the dedicated budget for effective enforcement of these new regulations. What are your thoughts in mobilizing this capacity? And in terms of the AI sandbox, what actually comes after the sandbox experience? Does the government of Norway actually support companies in specific sectors that's aligned with a national AI strategy to help them effectively scale up these innovations? Also for Mr. Kim, do you think light touch regulation for AI frameworks is also recommended for countries in the global majority? What is unique about Korea's digital maturity or its economy that led to this decision? Also, the question on capacity. The capacity to regulate AI in the government level might be a challenge in a lot of the countries that I work in. So what are your thoughts in addressing this challenge? Thank you.
So the first question was about funding, resourcing of data protection authorities, and the capacity of enforcement. This is, of course, always a challenge. There's rules, and to enforce them, you need to have resources to actually check if companies are following the rules. But I can also say that in Europe, I think the main challenge with the data protection regulation is maybe not the small local companies in Norway, but more the kind of global tech giants. So the regulation applies to them, but it's difficult to enforce it because then all the data protection authorities in Europe needs to cooperate, and there's normally then one authority that's responsible, often Ireland, because that's where they are established. And if you take a case of legal action against them, it's a big and long process. In Norway, we have an example where we took Facebook. We made an emergency decision, which is a provision in the GDPR that is hardly used. And it's still ongoing because Facebook has challenged this in all court levels. And as a small authority, it's very difficult to stand against a legal department of hundreds of lawyers, where we are 60 people in total, including lawyers, technical people, HR, and so on. So yes, it is a challenge, and it's connected to resources. And the second question was about sandbox participants, what happens after they're finished with the sandbox. In our case, they don't get any kind of extra or special benefits for participating in the sandbox. What they get is advice and help from us. And if they need funding, they need to use the innovation systems already in process, but they don't get any kind of advantages because they participated in the sandbox.
My question? So I would not recommend any developing country to adopt, well, similar regulation at this moment. And the reason is that AI technology is changing too fast. I'll give you an interesting example. A few months ago, Microsoft announced a new medical AI system. It is called Diagnostic Orchestrator. And it is quite different from what we thought AI system. one Microsoft developed is 5 different AI agents. The first agent, when it collects information about patient, it make hypothesis of what kind of disease that patient might have. And there is another agent who is specialized in making criticism about that hypothesis. And there's third agent that make proposals for tests that patient should take. And there is another agent who looks for data. And there is the last one who will take care of ethical issues. And all those 5 agents collaborate together to generate diagnosis. And what is very particularly important in this AI system is that they debate with each other. That is important. When we thought AI systems, we usually thought it's a black box. But current AI system became quite different. It makes its own debate, and there is traceable log. So a doctor can make decision to trust this AI or not based on these records, the records of AI's debate. And patients have obviously the right to be informed. They can read how AI debated with each other. This is a very recent development, but I'm pretty sure that in a few years, this will be quite common use of AI system. So we have multiple agents and debate each other, and what humans do is to read how AI communicates with each other and verify it can be trusted or not. So this is a development we all have never thought of like a year ago. And I'm not sure how current AI Act in Korea can deal with these new agentic AI systems. So I think in coming years, new development will come out. And any attempt to make legislation at this moment have the risk of being obsolete very quickly.
Thank you so much. So I think human in the loop is imperative, especially when it comes to the use of agentic AI, especially in critical infrastructural sectors such as healthcare, hiring, that are also considered high-risk applications of AI. Now, as we close, let me leave you with 3 key takeaways from this discussion. So first, data governance, cybersecurity, and privacy protection are essential foundations. Capacity building is key. It is important, as important as regulation and governance in AI. And third, global models inspire, but local adaptation is key. As Kay, she mentioned in her question. So South Korea's AI Basic Act is a powerful example of embedding ethics in law. But each government, especially governments from the global majority, must adapt their regulatory and AI governance models to their own governance structures and societal contexts. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you.
Why don't we give another big round of applause to Ms. Miriam Stankovic for the amazing moderation, Ms. Carrie Laumann, and Professor Byung-Pil Kim for sharing their invaluable experiences from Norway and Republic of Korea. And why don't we also give ourselves a big round of applause for your own active engagement. Now we will take a health break for 15 minutes, and we will reconvene in this room for thematic session 3 at 10:45 a.m. prompt. Please enjoy the refreshments. ladies and gentlemen. Thematic session 3 will start in 3 minutes. May I respectfully ask you to enter the hall and take your seats. Welcome back, everyone, to Thematic Session 3. Now, I would like to invite the moderator for this session. Mr. Nan Arkara Prakatsol is a senior expert in smart city promotion with the Digital Economy Promotion Agency, DEPA of Thailand. Please welcome Mr. Nan with a big round of applause.
All right, good morning, everybody. I hope you guys are still fresh and caffeinated, I hope, because that's very important for us to be able to have some dynamic kind of conversation here. So let me cut right to the chase, cut open the elephant in the room. We don't need to talk about whether or not AI is useful anymore, because it is, depending on how you use it. And this panel discussion will be all about how we make it work, how we make it useful. So in my role, as Shelley introduced me earlier, I am a senior expert in smart city promotion at Thailand's Digital Economy Promotion Agency, which is a Thai government agency. So I am a government person, even though I don't look like one, but that's for another time. The point that I wanted to make today is that there are many reasons why we have to think about AI as useful, as we talked about yesterday as well. The framework that we have been using in Thailand, we call ABCDE framework. We started off with affordabilities. Can we afford AI to be working? Can we afford it to scale up? And the B, bureaucracies. How can we fight bureaucracies that try to make things harder than it's supposed to be? How do we cut the red tapes? And how do we get the implementations to be faster than often? And of course, how do we have the capacities of the people that we can train in order to run it without breaking the systems? And last but not least, how can we design a system from the get-go so that it works with the people, it works for the people, and it works on behalf of the people? That's our frame. Now, as I mentioned earlier, this is not a debate about whether AI will make public services more inclusive or not. We already know that the answer depends on how we use it. The sharper questions, I think, for the panel is, we want AI to work for inclusion, so how do we actually make it work? And we have many esteemed speakers here. Ms. Aminata Touré, High Representative of the President of Senegal and UNCEPA member on how to ensure digital transformation, leave no one behind. We have Mr. Kiho Jong, Director of the Digital Inclusion Planning Team of the National Information Agency, Society Agencies of Korea, on policies and safeguard on how to build trust. And of course, we have my colleague, Mr. Daniel Rolink, an expert in digital transformation from New South Wales, Australia, on how to scale equity and efficiency together. And of course, I will be the one who go last, talk about Thailand, and I will share some lessons from our agencies and how we have been able to promote the ABCD framework, and how we have failed many times until we realize is that how to be successful is how to think about failures, not as a problems, but as a goal mine for the design for the next steps. So I have some ground rules here. Everybody will only have 10 minutes, and I don't even know why Anna invited me to be a moderator, because I'm pretty badass when it comes to timekeeping. I want to make sure that everybody only get 10 minutes. If you go over time, I will let you know, because we want a dynamism in discussions. We want to make sure that everybody get to ask your questions. And when you ask questions, make sure that you ask them in a very concise way so that we get more dynamics and pace. We want it to be fast-paced. We want to be dynamic. We want it to be truthful. And we want to be honest. That's the ground rule for this panel. So let's run these sessions with this urgency it deserves. ABCD in mind, right? Affordability, bureaucracy, capacities, and design. And one hard questions on the table. How do we make AI work for inclusions for real? Let's begin. So I would like to invite Ms. Aminata Touré for the first conversations here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It is, as I said, my great pleasure to take part of the 9th Symposium on Effective Governance and Artificial Intelligence Transformation. Actually, I would like to share with you here an African perspective. And I would explain why I would like to focus on Africa, not only because I'm from the continent, but from a business point of view, you'll see that it makes a lot of sense. Let me first recall some data regarding the African continent. It's far away from here, 9 hours time difference. The estimated population of Africa in 2025 is approximately 1.5 billion people, representing about 18% of the global population. The continent is experiencing rapid population growth and is projected to continue growing significantly in the coming decades, with some projection suggesting the population could reach 3.2 billion in 2070. Africa has the youngest population among all continents, with a large youth bulge. 75% of the population is below the age of 35, with a median age of 19.3-year-old, while the median age is 44.7-year-old in Europe. It's 39.1 in the USA, and in Asia, the median age is 32.4, but it's next door, 49.3 in Japan, and 39 in China. The president of Senegal, Bassirou Diomaye Faye, who was elected last year, is at the age of 44. So Africa is the very young, flamboyant guy or girls in the block with his future or her future in front of him, which is a fair return of fate, considering the Atlantic slave trade from approximately 1526 to 1865. Let me recall that some 12.5 million Africans, between 15 and 20% of the global population of that time, were forcibly taken to be enslaved in the Americas. 2 million died in the ships upon arrival. And let's recall that slavery is the most violent and brutal aggression of human beings against other human beings. And it paved the way later on to colonization. And Africa missed the opportunity during that time, during the World Revolution, to make its own technological revolution, because we were just fighting for survival. So we are young survivors, very resilient and determined to catch up with the rest of the world, and artificial intelligence is a very good ally to us. According to Carnegie Endowment, in Africa, AI had the potential to grow the continent's economy by an estimated 2.9 to 4.8 billion in 2030, so in 5 years. Africa's nominal GDP is projected to reach roughly 2.83 trillion for 2025, meaning this year. For reference, Korea GDP is expected to be 1.79 billion in the same year. So if Africa were one single country, which we should be, because we have African Union, its economy would rank as the 11th biggest in the world. The number of the middle-class African have tripled over the last 30 years to 313 million people, with purchasing power of 2.5 trillion in consumption by 2025. And it drives demands of goods, services, and education, not to mention that the continent holds a substantial portion of the world's mineral wealth. I'm saying all of this to recall that Africa is a good place for business, for fair business from now on, of course, on a win-win basis, particularly in the area of technology, including AI. Yet we recognize that we have a great deal of catching up to do in Africa, considering the poverty situation of huge cohort of African population, despite a growing middle class, and considering also the current delay in achieving the SDGs. AI can definitely help us to accelerate progress in many sectors. Last April, the African Declaration of Artificial Intelligence was endorsed by 49 countries, African countries, out of the 54. African Union and Smart Africa Alliance, which is a continental initiative of African government and public sector's entities, aimed at accelerating socio-economic development by leveraging on information and communication technology. So it's very important that African policymakers ensure that artificial intelligence development is aligned with the continent needs and accurately reflect the perspective of its people. As we speak, Africa artificial intelligence is shaped by external influences, AI technology in Africa are predominantly imported. African sovereignty is key in leveraging on AI for its own development. We recognize that AI is a powerful means for digital transformation to address socio-economic inequalities and employment challenges, particularly among the youth, and to promote economic opportunity for them. Many AI-related initiatives are being implemented in the continent to address our development issues. So let me share some of them. In Kenya, for instance, we have our Kenyan friend here. They can talk to this experience. The company Twiga Food has implemented AI-driven logistic platform to streamline supply chain from smallholders farms to urban retailers, creating jobs for young people in logistic optimization, data analysis, and quality control, while helping small-scale farmers increase productivity and access larger markets. In Nigeria, West Africa, Noma has built an AI-powered financial service platform that has enabled financial inclusion for previously unbanked population while creating thousands of jobs in agent banking, technical support, and data analysis. In South Africa, Hamrabi, a youth employment accelerator, presents a successful model having created pathway to digital employment for thousands of young people through partnership with technology companies seeking entry-level talent. The DigiLink program specially prepare youth for digital jobs, including AI suggestion role, with over 75% of graduates securing sustainable employment. In the field of African education, AI is also offering opportunity to personalize learning support and improve access, particularly for students in remote areas, for disabled students in particular. However, to ensure that AI is inclusive and not limited to urban areas, decision makers must address the lack of access to internet and electricity, data in rural and remote places. Though we have in sub-Saharan Africa mobile internet adoption that stood at 46% in 2023 and is expected to exceed 70% by 2030. But we know that rural and conflict-affected areas remain underserved. So we do believe that AI can bridge that gap with lightweight, low bandwidth, and offline-capable platform. Ghana's U-Lesson already use SMS and compressed video technology powered by AI. Satellite solutions like Starlink and OneWeb combined with Edge AI can reach isolated learners with minimal infrastructure. The AI4D, which stands for Artificial Intelligence for Development Initiative, has supported the creation of open AI tools that enhance learning for underserved population across West Africa. And we do have some interesting outcomes. For instance, a machine translation and text-to-speech for Bambara, in Bambara, which is a major language in Mali that enables storybooks and STEAM's content to be delivered in regional languages, and it bridges significantly literacy. We also do have tools for sign language recognition and voice-based learning that assist students with hearing or vision impairment, increasing accessibility across a multilingual environment. These tools are already improved comprehension and participation among rural students and learners with disability, and they offer valuable models for future AI-enabled inclusion strategy. In the sector of health also, AI is also changing the game in Africa in the right way. For instance, in Senegal, my country, CARA aggregates, digitalize, and analyze decentralized health data to create an integrated health system platform for Africa, starting in Senegal, but the ambition is to sort of serve the whole continent. The platform leverages AI by bringing together siloed data across the ecosystem, including electronic health record, lab result, pharmacy data, small medical records, and health insurance product. This technology will cost-effectively improve healthcare delivery by making meaningful information available to the patient, to the healthcare professional, and to other partners. We do have also the example of prompt service that is really a revolution in maternal and newborn healthcare in Kenya. It is primed for expansion in other African countries too. In that system, women enroll for free in public health facilities across the country. The service also is being piloted by Eswatini, also in Ghana and in Nigeria. So the system called prompts fill the information gap and provide a lifeline of information and support answering questions with speed. The service received between 10,000 and 12,000 questions per day. It uses AI to answer about 70% of the question of its own. The whole system can respond. And it relates the other 30% to a dozen of help desk agents who are trained clinical nurses. The unit costs just 74 cents per mom, per mother, making it affordable and economical. This is also in the field, the critical field of democracy and human rights that Professor Kim eloquently talked about. Artificial intelligence can be an ally, as it has the potential to promote transparency and accountability. For instance, the platform called AfriWitness in South Africa uses artificial intelligence to monitor election and document human rights abuse. AI can also facilitate citizen participation, as seen with the initiative like iVote, which is an app in Ghana, which empowers citizens through financial inclusion and provide election information. In Zimbabwe, the platform Zindi helps government to analyze data for better policy formation. And Rwanda's exploration of AI-powered chatbot aim also at improving access to government services. Yet, we also have to recognize that AI also poses risk for democracy and human rights. I think it was also one point that Professor Kim made, including surveillance, face recognition technology, algorithmic bias, perpetuating discrimination, violation of privacy, illegal use of personal data, etc. Therefore, AI development in Africa must be based on human rights and democratic values. Social consensus must be built among AI developers, including civil society, lawmakers, in order for AI for good to prevail over AI for disruption. The true challenge for Africa will be whether AI can be developed with real use case that serve African particularly use, that enhance the life of the people and move Africa from consumer to global leader in the AI environment. In conclusion, I like to say that AI is gaining real momentum in Africa, and government must adopt a leapfrogging strategy with an inclusive approach to AI that can accelerate progress in all development sectors. We should borrow to Korea its ABCDEs of AI, which mean a framework that include algorithm, business case, compute and communication, data and electricity. I think that's the basis of the ABCDEs strategy of AI of this country. This framework can inspire African countries to set and support an integrated ecosystem, because that's what it is all about, to enable all AI actors. It would prioritize building national AI capacities, growing AI's application, and fostering inclusion and sovereignty. Nevertheless, an African AI framework would add an F to the ABCD strategy, F standing for funding, and would read ABCDF. Last February, President Bassirou Diomaye Faye of Senegal launched the national strategy, the New Technological Deal, to accelerate the digital revolution. The new strategy of the state of Senegal is articulated around 4 strategic expected outcomes. First, the digital sovereignty that I talked about. Second, the digitalization of public services. Third, the development of the digital economy. And fourth, making Senegal an African leader in digital. That's why I'm here also to see how can we build partnership across the world, but also with Asia. And I look forward to Mr. Han to support us to bring all of us together because it's also about investors and business developers to come to Africa. You can start by Senegal, and which is, as we know, a vibrant democracy, and its stability is known. We never experienced military coup, for instance. So we are really calling you, especially the young investors, the young inventors, the young innovators, to make your ways all the way to Africa, to the continent, because there is money to be made, at the same time to serve the development and the goods. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rick. So, well, I guess we all like acronyms. I think we're going to get acronyms all the way to Z at some point at this panel. So I'd like to introduce and, of course, invite Mr. Zhang to the panel, well, to the podium, for his remark on how to build trust using AI, and then, or how to build trust within AI and how to make it work for inclusivity.
Okay, I'm Kyo Jung. I'm director of the Digital Inclusion Planning Team of NIA, National Information Society Agency of Korea governments. We are supporting the Ministry of Science and ICT and the Ministry of Public Administration and Security of the Republic of Korea. This time, I will be discussing the critical aspects of digital future or now, digital inclusion. I think I will speak less on AI. I will speak more on digital inclusion this time. As we navigate the rapid advancement in AI and digital technology, it's paramount that we ensure this transformation benefits all members of society, leaving no one behind. It's the same goal of UN governments. This presentation is titled Digital Inclusion from Policy to Actions for Ensuring All Rights of People. We'll explore strategy and framework to activate this with the case of Korea governments, and some cases done, and some cases to be done. Okay, we'll begin by examining the background of and pressing needs for digital inclusion. Then we will dive into a specific example of a legislative framework, Digital Inclusion Act, to understand how policy can drive tons of changes. And finally, I would like to have some minutes to reflect on how these insights can be applied in your respective context. Its backgrounds. Okay, let's start by understanding the landscape we are operating in. The digital revolution is here, but it's not experienced equally by everyone. We see high headlines every day highlighting the struggle of vulnerable populations, the elderly, the people with disabilities, in accessing essential services like transportation, finance, and even basic commerce due to the rapid shifts to the digital platforms. From kiosk barriers to cashless systems and smartphone app-dependent service, the digital transformations can inadvertently exclude those who are not equipped to navigate it. Digital use is no longer an option, it's a necessity. In the past, economic and social and cultural activities could exist independently of digital technology. However, digital technology now acts as a primary interface for almost all activities. This means that a lack of digital access or skills directly translate into social and economic disparities. The digital gap is rapidly becoming a social economic chasm. While effort has been made for over years to narrow these gaps, and we've seen some success with major indicators related with globally OECD or UN surveys, but etc. But progress seems to have plateaus. Within the last 5 years, there are two big incidents came up to shake the whole world. Due to COVID-19, the digital transformation towards a non-face-to-face society has occurred much more rapidly than expected in Korea. And with the advance of generative AI, our society is experiencing another rapid changes. As a result of investing huge budgets to prevent rapid social chaos during the COVID-19 periods, the information gap has been resolved. But another gap is being created by AI. And such incidents will continue in the future. Events like COVID-19, the pandemic and rise of generative AI have further emphasized both the potential of digital technology and the existing disparities. Despite investments and initiatives, the information gap has, for volume growth, often hovers around a certain level, indicating that our current status, while effective degree, may be limited. The journey to address the digital divide has been a long one. We moved from initial efforts focusing on infrastructure and device provisions like acts to close digital divide enacted in 2001 in South Korea, to more comprehensive approaches. Early pages concentrate on IT education, assistive devices, and expanding high-speed internet access. More recently, the focus has shifted toward nationwide support for enhancing basic digital competency for all citizens, as seen with the digital inclusion strategies and operation of digital competency centers. However, with the new revolutions like widespread AI, robotics, and unmanned service, a new paradigm of digital inclusion is urgently required. Meaningfully, it's been 30 years from the Informatization Promotion Act to Digital Inclusion Act in Korea. Korea government has been doing its lot to make the people get the benefits, all digital, from promotion to the divide and inclusions. With this reference, governments timely have a Digital Inclusion Act to do not make the same mistake. People having an AI divide, we would like to do a project with that sense. Recognizing this need for new approaches, let's look at how policy can pave the way. South Korea, for instance, enacted the world, I'm not sure, the first Digital Inclusion Act in the world. This groundbreaking legislation aims to guarantee digital rights for all in this era of AI and digitalizations. It defines the digital inclusion as an environmental where all members of society can equally enjoy the benefits of intelligent information technology without discrimination or exclusions. This encompasses economic, social, and cultural aspects of life. The Act is designed to improve the quality of life for every individual and foster social integrations. It achieves by building a foundation for the developments of digital inclusion technologies and industries. The key fields include reinforcing systemic policy implementations, establishing a digital capability support system, providing a legal ground for digital accessibility system, and promoting the development of digital inclusion industries. Underpinning this is a commitment to comprehensive planning, ensuring that the master and action plans for digital inclusion address all demographics. It also mandates research into accessible digital alternatives for those with physical or cognitive limitations. Continuous impact assessment is crucial to measure effectiveness and adopt strategies alongside targeted programs to bridge success gaps in underserved communities. Governments and local governments are legally required to present digital strategy and submit performance reports annually from next year. And public institutions are required to conduct pre-evaluations of digital inclusion before launching digital service. They are also required to provide alternative means for those who can't use digital devices. A significant component is outreach education targeting all citizens. This involves tailored education programs, diagnosis of digital skill levels, on and off help desk service, development of training contents and support for outreach education hub. Collaboration between local governments and the private sector is encouraged to identify local barriers and provide linked education service, often through digital competency centers that cater to diverse groups, including people with disabilities, low-income households, multicultural families, and seniors. In terms of strategy of strengthening digital capabilities, there is not much difference from now, but we are trying to enhance the autonomy of local governments and strengthen education suitable for each regional classes to improve practical effect. As we are also trying to improve the ability of citizens to utilize digital services that they are exposed to a lot through cooperation with the private digital service providers. To ensure widespread adoptions, national standards for digital accessibility are being revised and promoted across the various sectors. Regular surveys have tracked accessibility improvements and identify remaining digital divide. On the technical front, a new certification system validates accessible website and digital service, and priority purchase policy ensure public kiosks and devices are accessible. Furthermore, public seminars raise awareness and public-private partnership work to create sustainable, inclusive digital ecosystem. Innovation is also key, as Korea is pioneering R&D and embedded inclusive in digital products and service. The goal is that by 2030, new technology will support independent living and work for persons with disability or seniors. This includes advancements in mobility assistance for navigating confined spaces, wearable work supportive exoskeletons, posture control device for daily activities, and on-device AI for autonomous mobility and behavioral recognitions. Perhaps this task for activating the digital inclusion ecosystem may be the key. Until now, due to the passive responsibility centered on gaps, the size of the related industry was not huge. And due to the economies of scale, the development of the related industry was limited and small. And it may have been a vicious cycle in which it was unable to respond to the developing digital services. Ultimately, the aim of such digital inclusion policies, especially in AI and digital era, is to build a society where everyone can coexist and thrive. This involves fostering inclusive social governance, overcoming socio-economic disparities, and creating an inclusive ecosystem between citizens and companies. It requires establishing a pan-governmental support system, strengthening global collaborations, supporting vulnerable populations, addressing community issues, fostering future generation, strengthening AI and digital adaptability nationwide, ensuring digital safety, and guaranteeing digital citizenship and competency for all. As a policymaker in each nation, the challenge and the opportunity are immense. By actively developing and implementing comprehensive digital inclusion strategies grounded in principle of equality and accessibility, we can harness the power of digital transformation for benefits of every citizen. Learning from nationwide framework like digital inclusions, adapting that to our unique national context will be crucial in building a truly inclusive digital future. I would like to share two more, finishing my presentations. We can usually see this sign, mind the gap. It sounds so sweet, but why this gap has been made? We don't need this sign more. Don't make the gap and don't ask us excuse. Why should it be the first? Why should it be the first? Tackle human being. Should people adopt the technology? Should technology adopt the people, human? We need to shift our digital policy paradigm instead of creating complex tech and then teaching people how to use it deeper. We must proactively build easy to use from the start. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Zhang. So I think we learned a lot about the whole ideas of human-centeredness and the gap that you just mentioned. That's really clear about how technology itself should not be the gap itself. It should be the one that helps us cross the gap. And now we have our third speaker, Daniel. He and I has been talking a lot about equity, and he promised before getting on the stage today that he will make it non-technical so that everybody can understand, even though he's a technical guy. He wanted to make sure that this is the kind of presentation that everybody can get involved and engage. And of course, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Look, it's a true honor. Pardon me. It's a true honor for me to be here with you all today. I'm really encouraged with the questions that I'm hearing from everyone yesterday and the conversations that we're having on the floor. I really think that we've got the capacity and capability here to solve some of the problems that we have with AI, but also, more importantly, to learn from real-world implementations and to scale and adopt AI for the best and for human good. I have accountability in my government to set the policy, to set the guidelines and frameworks and standards that public servants use to understand how do they actually adopt AI and use it safely, ethically, and legally. And in that particular role, we were one of the first governments to publish a framework and an ethical policy on AI. So we've got a couple of years' experience in real-world implementation and learnings from what works and what doesn't. So I'll share some of those learnings today. And one of the key things that you won't see, and it's not spoken about very often, is the need to continually reflect and update your policies and standards based on the learnings of the real-world project implementations. It's something that isn't really published much or talked about much, but it's actually really essential. So as you've got projects that are deploying solutions, engaging with communities, solving problems, you need to be working and talking to those projects and updating your policies and your guidelines and frameworks from their learned experience. And that's one of the key points that I wanted to make today. Okay, so there's some statistics on the slide there that explain just how diverse our community is and the people that we serve, and I'm sure you also have similar sort of diverse needs. And I think your ability to scale and implement AI at a broader, meaningful impact really requires you to think through what's going to prevent you from scaling and using AI outside of the topic of AI. For us in government, and I know for a lot of other governments, there's just some foundational issues that exist that are going to prevent your adoption and use and scale of AI. Things like legacy technology, a lot of us and a lot of governments have aged infrastructure technology, and that actually is going to prevent your adoption and use of AI. So just really, I think the key point here is that when you're thinking about implementation of AI and scaling, just don't ignore the underlying infrastructure that you need, the access to data, the quality of data. And you don't have to solve all of that at once. You can identify high-value use cases that are appropriate to the use of AI, and then you can start to then unblock and invest and fix the underlying infrastructure and data. So you don't have to solve everything at once. It is potentially a big issue for you, but you can still use AI and have a huge impact. Within New South Wales government, we are using AI. It does increase and improve accessibility and inclusion of services. We're using it to help people get access to justice systems and information. We're using it to help communicate really important information for communities with different needs, hearing, sight impairment, different learning abilities, and solving some of our most complex problems as well, which I'll give you some details of in a minute, regarding identification of ear disease within our Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children. But again, the key point I want to make is with all these examples, there's huge value in those use cases, but if you're not updating your policies, you're not updating your guidelines and standards based on those learnings, then you're going to have a system that's disconnected from the reality of what's actually been implemented and our community expectations and the way they want to interact with us. So it's really essential as you're deploying and managing the system, make sure it's been updated based on the learnings of those real-world implementations. So within my role, I'll just cover a few things that we're doing in terms of enabling this system, what we've learned, and then I'm going to run through a few specific use cases that we have, and hopefully you can learn and get inspired from what we're doing with AI. So one of the key priorities for us, and one thing that you need to think through, is that there's different levels of capability within the public sector. You'll have people that have no idea what AI is, and then within our government, we have got experts that are, data scientists and building solutions. So with your policies and your frameworks and standards, what we've learned is we have to use really simple language. So what we're doing, you can go online on Digital News for Wales website, you can find all of the policies and frameworks I'm referring to. We've actually just redesigned and we're about to release a new way in which a user that doesn't understand the technology can simply explain their own language what they're doing, and then we'll automate the actual controls and the steps and the requirements they need to make. So again, accessibility doesn't just involve accessibility out into communities. The public sector ourselves and our ability to scale AI, we need to think about the accessibility for people using the frameworks and the policies. You need to make it as simple as it can be. So we're automating that process of a use case. We're also extending that use case concept to surface similar use cases. So as a public servant employee, I can define what I'm doing, I can connect with other people in government and learn from what they're doing. It's really important. Another priority for us within this system is building that AI capability and literacy. There's been a couple of conversations around the challenge of the technology changing so quickly, and how do you maintain a current understanding of the technology. Role-based training is definitely the way to go. So what we're looking at is, say, as a procurement person in government, I can get training to understand how I can use AI within procurement. But then, most importantly, when I exit that training, I actually then join a community of practice or a working group where we have experts who are actually redesigning the process of procurement, and they're innovating with new technology and then demonstrating and showcasing to people in those roles exactly how they can apply it in their work. So again, the idea here is that we've really got to shift from the concepts and the ideas and the rules in which we need to operate into the practical application, and we need to enable our people to use AI. So I'm just going to run through now. By the way, that's my primary focus. If you want to know more in that space, there's plenty we're doing and lots of learning. But I do want to just spend a bit of time and run through a few examples of how AI is being used within New South Wales and Australia. Started in 2019, this particular solution that you can see up on the screen here, it's called Drumbeat AI. It helps with the early diagnosis of and treatment of ear disease in Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children. Was developed by not a technical person, Dr. Rahim Habib. He's an ear, nose and throat specialist. To do this, the team had to go through tens of thousands of ear images and correctly match those to diagnosis. And then they had to run multiple modeling, like AI models, and fine-tune the model to get an accuracy in which they can use an AI system to help identify from an ear image what the likely issue is. And the reason why this is really important within Australia is that these remote rural communities, they may not see a doctor or someone that's a specialist maybe once or twice a year. So the longer we leave a non-diagnosed problem with an ear, that's going to increase the potential of that turning into an ear disease. And unfortunately, we have some of the highest rates of ear disease in our Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children. So a really good example of how you can use the technology, you can model it. Essentially is the data. Data is always the core of AI. You have to get that right. But this is having a really positive sort of direction around how we could potentially reduce the volume of ear diseases that we have. When we look at accessing justice system, it can be quite daunting for most people. Governments are very bureaucratic. Within New South Wales, we've got about 67 complaints bodies. There's 240 different ways in which you might have a pathway to get legal support. What you can see up on the screen there is a solution developed by University of New South Wales with National Justice Project and a company called Portable. This solution is a chatbot. It runs on a GPT-4o model, so that's an OpenAI large language model. And it enables a user just to use their own simple language to triage and guides them through to the correct body to get support on who they can talk to with their legal needs. This is super important. We know that roughly around 78% of people for one state survey that we ran in Australia were unable to get legal support when they needed it. So it's a real serious problem. And this is a really good example, again, around how you can use the technology, make the justice system more accessible and start to break down some of those barriers of communication. Interestingly, within our framework, we have, when you deploy this type of solution, we define that you have to put guardrail in, so you have to filter out explicit content. What we learned from this implementation was that when you actually implement the guardrail, you're excluding a large part, like a part of the community that naturally used explicit language in the way they communicated. So this is a good example where we learned from the project and we went back and updated our guideline with consideration to the different levels of moderation for when you're trying to filter out explicit content because you might be excluding part of the community. New South Wales EduChat. So this is has been developed by the New South Wales Department of Education. It's one of the world's largest Gen AI examples of a chatbot in education system. As of January this year, about 30,000 teachers staff have been using this solution. So this supports staff in lesson planning, administrative tasks, and tailoring content for the students. There's also a student version in trial. Instead of going to a public chatbot where you can ask a question and you get the answer, this particular solution, you ask the question and then it prompts them with questions and based on the curriculum and guides them through a critical thinking process. So again, it's just ensuring that we're providing alternates to public solutions that aren't actually helping with creative thinking. We're actually using that technology to entice and help with creative thinking. There's many different additional examples I could provide. We've got quite a few in terms of accessibility and inclusion. We're using off-the-shelf AI tools, and there's lots of capability there. You don't need to be building these systems yourself. We're able to scan sites and identify if the content is compliant to the reading levels that we need it to be. We're able to stand up pilots very quickly using capabilities to, check the Word documents and PDF documents. That the language that it's using is accessible and easy for the reading level that we know our communities have. And I can go on and on. There's lots of examples. I think what this does highlight, though, is that through all these examples, you can use AI for more inclusive and accessible services. We are using it. You have to be careful with it. You have to enable your public servants to understand what they need to do to ensure that they're being ethical and safe in the way they use it. But there's huge potential and value here. So I'll wrap it up there. I know that you said I've got 10 minutes, but I think I was told I had 14, so I've gone over a little bit. I can see, look at your watch. Yeah, look, it's super exciting at the moment, like what we can do with AI. Like it does actually increase and unblock and solve some of the challenges we have. It does bring new challenges as well with accessibility and inclusion. There's plenty of literature out there around that. I think the opportunity for us is to, again, just look at real-world implementations, share those use cases, learn and adapt our frameworks and our policies based on what is happening with our communities and how they're interacting with us in AI. And that's it. Thanks.
Thank you so much. All right, then here's my turn. Oh, thank you so much, everybody, for your attention. I think we learned so much about what's going on in different parts of the world. And of course, there's a lot of keywords that came up over the course of the last 30 minutes, especially the ideas of human centricity, the ideas of embedding AI into what people already use so that they don't have to work too hard in order to understand it. And of course, how do we understand the different tiers of knowledge of people from different groups, and therefore we can actually have an equitable platform for everybody. So for my part, I'm going to be talking about Thailand because because we have been doing a lot of things in the past in terms of digital economy, and I have to admit that many times we fail, but we always fail forward. Because as we talked about earlier, I mean, the whole point about failing is not about doing things that are not effective. It's about learning the lessons from the people, because without understanding what we have done in the past that were not remarkably done well, those are the things that are actually better for us to actually use as a resources for design for the better future. So for me, I just wanted to talk about the elephant in the room. First of all, is AI a hype? So by definition, a hype is something that is exaggerating. We heard about it, we thought it's good, but then when we try to use it, it doesn't really yield the benefits that you expected. So that's kind of hype that has come into the scene many, many times, as we see from the picture. Metaverse was a hype a couple years ago. AR, VR is kind of a hype right now. People think about it a lot, but then I haven't seen lots of solutions that use AR, VR in such a way that actually allows people to get access to more equity and more economical viabilities in terms of the usage of technology and tools. And of course, there are many, many things as well that we see as hypes. So if I were to summarize to you what hype is, let me show you this picture and you get it right away. Is this one. I call it a well-intentioned parents' problems. So in this case, the parents were pretty much like us, people who loved new technology, who loved new solutions. So the parents loved the baby, wanted to give baby the best the parents could give, and that which is the rotating mobile toy. But the problem is that the parents are looking from above. So hypes from the parent side of things, well, the parents might not even think it's a hype. I think it's a good thing. But then for the baby, it's like, what am I looking at? I don't have to tell you what the baby is looking at. But the benefits that the baby should be getting, in this case, customers, in this case, citizens, are not the same as the one that the parents are willing to endow. So this is a really good picture to show that we must avoid being well-intentioned parents at all costs. And what would we do about this? Well, first of all, if you're the parents in this picture, you probably didn't want to buy the toys from the beginning, right? You might want to rent it first and then try to use it with the baby. Or even the parents might want to come down to the bed and sleep like a baby for a day and see whether or not the benefits is something that you can get as a citizens, as a customers as well. And once you learn that, you probably realize that which is hype or not. Another picture, which I like even more because I was trained as an architect, is this picture. So a lot of time, AI looks simplistically beautiful, looks simplistically practical, looks simplistically wonderful in terms of the utilities from above, right? In this picture, the architect designed the pavement to look so nice with rectangular forms and the triangular structures. Very easy for procurement and also very easy for BOQ, by the way. But then the citizens were not getting the benefits because the citizens can actually see that I could get there faster if I just walk straight forward without having to go through the route that the architect designed. And this is a design problem that happens a lot. Sometimes the designer look from above, nice plans, nice designs, nice from above, but then the person from below will actually looking at it from the distance that he has to get at. The thing that I have in mind in this picture is that why can't the architect design a pathway that cut across and look as nice as the one that the architect has designed it earlier? In that way, it fits the needs, that way it meets the pain points, and that way it actually serves as a solution to the problems that we are seeing, right? In this picture, as you can see, the person here might be sleeping because of the pathway itself is not paved. So in the sense, we have to think about design from the perspective of the user and not just only the designer per se. So how do we do this? How do we approach the problem of hype? So I have this conceptual framework called 4Ps. Of course, I love acronym because it makes it easier to remember. Purpose, we have to start with the purpose. Why are we using it? What are we using it for? And what are the KPIs for the usage? Second of all, once we have the purpose, how practical is it? Are we collecting data for the sake of collecting them? I have seen lots of cities and lots of frameworks that collect hundreds of sets of data, but at the end they only use 2 or 3 sets of data. Why are we collecting so much data? Because every time we collect data, we spend money too, right? So once you have the practicality in mind, then you have to prove it. You have to prototype, you have to pilot, you have to do proof of concepts to see whether or not it works. If it works, you scale it up. If it doesn't work, you scale it down. And if it doesn't work at all, you can scrape it, right? You don't have to worry about it so much because it's just a prototype. But if you invest big at the beginning and you fail big, of course, that's a lot of investment, that's a lot of opportunity cost as a result as well. And at the end, you have to think about the people. I'm not talking about the cliche idea of human centricity here. I'm talking about how do we incentivize people to change their behavior. Because when you think of people, the best way to get them to do things that they have never done before is to incentivize them. And how do we do that? So I have some examples for you here. First one about the purpose. So think about schooling systems. As we heard from my colleague Daniel earlier, schools have changed a lot over the past few years. School must be trying to get the students to engage in learning more, have to get the students to actually love the learning processes. And when you use AI in the right way, you use AR, VR in the right way, it's no longer hypes. It's actually learning engines that help students learn faster and much more efficiently. So the way in which I would like to present this to you might be quite interesting to you here. So let's think about technology in a broad spectrum of the term first. So 100 years ago, we invented aviation, right? In 1903, the beginning of the last century, we actually lifted off for the first time with the plane that the Wright brothers came up with. And 100 years later, we actually got to stratosphere. We actually got the space economy, we got satellite economy, we got high altitude economy. That's just in a course of 100 years. That's really quick, isn't it? Well, let's talk about education. Can you imagine what the other picture would be like? Is it going to be like AI stuff going on, robots teaching kids? Well, I have to tell you that there's not much change over the last 100 years in terms of teaching. And why is that? Well, it has to do with the fact that we are not very good at coming up with the purposeful design. We tend to stick to what we know well. We tend to stick to what our heuristic tell us that it has been the case, so it must be good. But we don't have to stick to that, actually, because now, today, AI doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to be better than humans. And AI is already better than humans in terms of memory. So teachers don't have to memorize which students are doing good, which students are doing bad anymore. Teachers can use AI to analyze which students are doing good, which students are actually falling behind. And if students are falling behind, AI can slow the curriculum down, so students can learn more comprehensively. And if students are going really fast, AI can gamify it, pace itself up so the students can actually learn faster. And that is the magic of using reinforcement learning, the unsupervised learning, in order to make the learning itself become more engaging and more interesting. So maybe if we design this from the beginning, we don't have to look into how we fix or retrofit, but we design the AI users in the system from the beginning. We wanted to know which students are looking at, what kind of things that they are learning fast enough, what kind of things that we have to slow down to get them to learn more comprehensively. That is the way that we purposefully design into the system to make the students learning because it's fun to learn. So that is one thing that I wanted to talk about. And then once we have the purpose in place, then we can move to practicality. So what I talk about practicality, as I mentioned earlier, data are important. We want the data that are big, right? That the big data, it has to do with volume, it has to do with velocities, it has to do with veracities, and it has to do with variety of sets of data. And in all inclusiveness, we get variety, and of course we get viabilities of the solutions because big data endows that kind of power. But as I mentioned, there's many data to collect. You don't have to collect everything. Just think about the purpose of your data collections and collect what you need, because that which will actually give you immediate benefits in terms of data usage. So let me give you one example. So it's one city in the southern part of Thailand called Nakhon Si Thammarat. They were trying to solve a problem of flooding, and the way they tried to do it was to get people to send problems to the city by ways of crowdsourcing information. So they started out with paper-based, and then after a while, they realized that paper-based is so annoying because it's analog data. You can't process it quick enough, and sometimes it floods before the problems that got sent to the cities reach the mayor's office or reaches the office of those who have to go and fix the problems. So the cities decided that they want to change the system of paper-basedness into a digital platform, whereby people only have to send a picture to the city using a small little app that any phones in the world can open because it's small and it's easy to use. And what happened is that once the data get to the city, of course, digital data, it's not just a picture, isn't it? It's just a metadata in there too. So the city can extract the geographic location. The city can extract timestamp, so the city knows that it's not a picture taken last year or 2 years ago. And the city itself can also extract the IP address, so it knows that this is not an AI-generated photograph of a problem that people send to the city. And these are the things of information that allow the city to be able to map out where the problems are really, really quickly. This picture might show you that there are places where problems are located, but if you look at one problem, in this case flooding, it has to do with the clogging of the waterways in the cities. You can easily turn this into a heat map. And a heat map can tell you where critical problems are. As I mentioned earlier, the data that we extracted, we actually allow the systems to supervise itself in terms of how identifying the locations of the critical problems. And if you were to fix flooding problem, all you have to do is to find the locations where purple rectangles intersect with the waterways. and then you fix a problem really quickly. So I'm happy to report that the cities doesn't flood anymore because of this. And once it works for one problem, geographical locations are useful, timestamps are useful, IP address are useful, then we can use it for other problems as well. And the city itself has been able to do it so well that people actually talk about it so much to the point that we have more than 100% of the citizen itself registered in the systems, because there are migrant workers, there are tourists who also wanted to report problems, who also wanted to make the city better and wanted to help each other out in terms of finding the right way to collect data, finding a better data, and finding the accurate data in order to solve problems on behalf of the citizens. And then once we have the purpose, we have the practicality, now we have to prove it. And as we learned from Daniel earlier, that there's a lot of solutions in the world today that we can use, and one of them that I wanted to mention a lot is about healthcare, because data in healthcare are enormous, and they're usually protected by data privacy laws because these are sensitive data. So what happened is that in a city of Rayong in Eastern Economic Corridor of Thailand, they've been collecting data a lot. But when you look at data, it's really hard to understand unless you are a very tech-savvy or stats-savvy professional of medicines. Otherwise, it's just an Excel sheet that you don't really understand how to actually comprehend it. So AI can come in here and identify, for instance, the locations of potential pandemic sites, or locations of potential pollution cluster areas, or potential sites for the kinds of problems that happen with non-communicable diseases. Because AI, when they look at data, they can actually go in there and then try to identify patterns really quickly, quicker than human beings. So the proof has to do with how we tweak the system to get better every time. And once it gets better every time, we can actually start to invest in what works and also de-invest in what doesn't work. And that's what I mean by proving the system that it works or not. And once we know that the system works, the decisions can be made afterwards, whether or not the hospital should have different divisions for different kind of problems, or maybe a hospital on wheels should be sent to the citizens in the location that it cannot be reached easier by the people themselves. And last but not least, we have to think about people. And as I mentioned, it's not about designing what people want. It's also how to incentivize people to do something new, something that they have never done before. And I'm talking about incentives. Because if we want people to change their behavior, instructions are not really useful. Incentives is useful, right? If I want you to get a new app, maybe I should give you some coupons as well. If you download the app, you get the coupons. The coupon can be used to redeem this and that. That kind of incentives is what drive human beings to change behavior and usually drive people to do less and gain more. So in this case, as I mentioned earlier, the same problem that I mentioned about flooding. So how do you deal with people sending problems to the cities, so many problems, to the point that the city doesn't know how to fix them anymore because there's too many problems. So the city itself knows really well that if it wants to encourage the staff to work harder because the problems get sent easier and the AI are able to extract problems of critical levels much more efficiently, all you have to do is to make sure that the staff of the city are incentivized properly to do less but gain more and to work more in order to serve the city. How do they do it? They have this system whereby every staff who fix a problem on behalf of the citizen will get stars. From whom? From the citizens themselves. So if I report a problem and the staff fix it on my behalf, I will be the one giving the stars to the staff member who fixed my problem. If the problem gets fixed really fast, gets fixed efficiently, then I could give 5 stars to that staff, and at the end of the year, the staff who get the most number of stars get promoted. That way, we can incentivize the staff to actually want to accept more problems, to actually work harder to actually solve problems, because the more they work, the more they're incentivized to get stars, and the more they get stars, the more they get promoted at the end of the year. And that which is the way in which we think about humanism in the process of digital economy that allow the system itself to work better, because we understand what people want and what drives people to do less but gain more. So we're really happy to see the operational time for problem solving coming down from 168 hours to 42 hours-ish. Because people were happy to report problems now because they can see problems getting fixed and getting solved quickly. The staff, they get stars from the citizens, so they want to get promoted, they want to work harder. So at the end, everybody wins. The city become livable, become much more efficient in terms of problem solving. So for me, to summarize, the way in which we can move from 0 to 1 is not just to think about what we wanted to do and then do it. Because if you do it that way, you can also fail big as a result, because you don't know what you're doing yet for something that is so novel, like AI, for instance. So we have to start with design that works for the people. And I believe that everybody at home have a remote control for your TVs, right? How many buttons are on the remote controls? 36, 48, maybe 51 buttons. How many buttons do you actually use? I say I use 5, maybe volume up, volume down, channel switching, and then on and off, right? Why do we have to design something so big and so vast when we only need the small little functionalities to work for the people? And it works better when it's more simple. So we have to design something that fits the needs, that fits the behavior, and understand the pain points of the users, in this case, our citizens. And then the data, as I mentioned, there's so many data to collect. You just have to think about the data that works for you. What kind of data can be immediately benefiting the people for whom you want their life to be better than before? That kind of data, we collect them first, and we expand. And then we have to optimize by way of prototyping, testing it incessantly, fiercely, and then get the results so that you can actually scale and expand what works, and then scope down what doesn't work so that you can understand how the system can be optimized better for the usage and utilities on behalf of the citizens. And at the end, don't forget that people are not going to change their way of doing things unless they're properly incentivized. So with these, I think we have a pretty interesting framework for our discussions, don't you think? And I believe that you guys have a lot of questions in mind. So let me start with some of the questions for our panel right here. Okay, so let me ask, well, first of all, to Ms. Aminata about the question, because I mean, I really was inspired by your presentations about how Senegal has been doing a lot in terms of understanding the needs of the people and try to incentivize people to actually want to use the system of services. So my question to you, in context of Senegal, where resources are not vast, just like Thailand as well, how do you stop AI projects from becoming donor-driven experiments, but more citizen-centric driven?
Thank you very much. Well, that's a question, the $1 million question, because as you say, in an environment that is finance constrained, how do you go to scale? Well, by sending people like me, talking to people like you guys, trying to draw investment, external investment in the field of artificial intelligence. That's why I made the point about how are we going to make AI economically relevant and at the same time serving the people. I don't believe that pro bono might work in that field because you need high-profiled expertise to run AI. So it has a cost. People will come in if they can make money. So it's one of the responses I can give to you. Secondly, we're advocating for the state to spare money in the budget on the base that access to some services is part of the human rights package. I think that's the presentation of Mr. John, who talked about how relevant it is for all citizens to access AI services. So it becomes a human right base service. So the state itself invest from its pocket. But when you deal with a variety of urgency, which is the case of many developing countries, you tend to drop those that are not as critical as you see them. So investment, dragging investment into the field is extremely important. I talk about the case of maternal health prompt, where the model served Kenyan women, pregnant women, regardless of their level of education. They have to contribute, I said, to 74 cents for the whole pregnancy. But that was an investment based on the scaling. So the more people you have, the more money you make. So that's the kind of approach I see that we should develop and across the world. So I'm interested in all the presentations that were made. And if you are a small company, because they are the ones who venture into those fields, yes, let's see how we can co-invest in those AI services that would be relevant to people. But it doesn't subtract the obligation of the state to put its money there and maybe to reduce its standards of living, less luxury cars, and then maybe invest it into AI. That's how I see things.
I love your answers because you're actually very practical about the problem itself. You're not saying that people will eventually adopt things that work for them. You actually talks about how to get investments in and how to get those who can do less but get more like the private sector to be investing in what actually work for them economically. And that at the end you get the kind of results that not only benefiting the society but also everybody involved. And I think that's a key. Right? Because when we think about something new, the only way to make it fly is not to put it in the hand of public services and public government agencies. Because I know I work for public government agencies for many years, and my colleagues here from the ministry can also attest that governments are good at many things, like procurements, like law regulations, but governments are not good at technology, sad to say. That's not because we are designed to be bad, but we are designed to do other things as well. So I think the whole point of bringing public-private together is actually the key. So thank you so much for the answers. By the way, my questions are usually getting harder and harder every time. So Daniel, you're going to get the most sadistic question from me. So Mr. Jong, I have a quick question for you. So Korea is often seen as ahead in digital inclusions. What is one safeguard that you have seen that actually work, like in practice, not in theory?
Thank you for your questions. This is Kiyo. Actually, in Korea, the government or public sector would like, when they need to get some funding from the government or the National Assembly, they need to submit some consultation papers. Actually, at this time, there is a gender issue and privacy and economic sector will be considered before they are making a plan or a strategy, before getting funding from the nation. But there's no issue about the digital inclusions. So from this Digital Inclusion Act, we would like the government or public sector to must consider people they are planning or drawing their picture about the digital inclusion, how their service get to the vulnerable people like elderly or these multi-functional, some families from the other countries. So this is the main key. And the second is the pre-evaluations on digital inclusion aspects, people making their strategy and the projects. So in Korea, actually, in the morning, I got some surprise things on these stages because there is no slide for the other people who can use the stairs in offline. It's the same thing in online. If there is someone who can use the service, the other people consider it's very simple and very clear to use, but the others, more than 10% or 20%, consider it's a barrier. If they think it's barrier, it must be barrier. And to handle that problem, the government or the public sector to do something. So in the past, there's no law and any strategy or plan for their kinds of activity or the kinds of projects without any funding. And after that, some accidents occur. The public sector would like to catch up to solve that problem after something happens. With this Digital Inclusion Act, you would like to don't make that mistake at all. Something happened. We would like to take action first, and then following that strategy or procedure or pre-marks the plan or strategy, we would like to follow that procedures with the considerations of digital inclusion. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a very good answer. I think because one of the cases that I have seen in the past has to do with our assumptions. For instance, as Mr. Jong mentioned, elderly. We used to run AI camp for elderly, and we thought that it's going to be signed up by like 2 people, or maybe 5. But turns out like thousands of people sign up because these elderly, they have all the time in the world. They don't have to be at home anymore. Their kids are already grown up. So turns out, our assumptions was completely wrong. because we had the assumptions, we didn't test it, but turns out that they have an overwhelming number of people signing up. So I think we have to test the assumptions, and I think what Mr. Jong was alluding to was the fact that we don't know yet what we don't know, so might as well try it first, and if it works, we can actually expand it to make it better, and that's, I think, one of the pathways that we wanted to use as a way of dealing with novelty. Okay, Daniel, are you ready? If you have to name one failure, design failure, in public service involving AI that you've seen in Australia, something that looked efficient on paper or on the facade, but actually it wasn't that inclusive at all and didn't work, what would that be, and what did you learn from it?
None. Look, I'm going to give a bit of a general answer to that, just because I've got to be careful with what's publicly available, and like all of you understand how you manage concerns and transparency around the use of AI. I think what we continually see as a failure of implementation, it's not actually unique to AI. In the public sector, there's so much hype and focus around AI that many people are driving the conversation around the use of AI and not actually thinking about the problems that they need to solve, and then evaluating the best technology to use to solve that problem. So in the context of AI, we have other technologies that are available, like simple automation, that might be more appropriate for the problem space. But what we're seeing are people just diving in and procuring AI products and implementing trials without having a clear problem they're trying to solve. They don't have a baseline so that they can measure the value of the trial that they're implementing. So these aren't specific to AI technologies, but when you have hype around AI, there's definitely more of a broader issue that we're seeing where we're not using our learned experiences that we've gained over years and years of implementation of digital, where you need to be really ensuring that you start with the problem, you understand how to measure the value, you're establishing a way in which you can quickly trial and fail and learn around that problem space. So I think the failures that we're seeing are broadly around people just getting confused with AI being so new and something that they may not understand, and forgetting their learned experience and just following good practice. Start small, start with a problem, start with something you can measure, implement, test and learn, and iterate really quickly.
So what was the project that failed? Yeah, so just kidding, in there. Guys, questions from the floor? Okay, I see two hands. So gentleman in the front row, gentleman, lady in the back, and then gentleman in front row. So we're going to take all the questions together, 3 at a time, and then we'll get the panelists to answer questions. Where's the microphone? Somewhere? Okay, oh yeah, sorry,
okay, thank you very much for the discussion so far. My question goes to Madam Aminata. Your Excellency, I just want to find out from you. You've laid the information down that Africa abounds with human resource. We have a lot of opportunities available. But my opinion is that most of the time we jump onto the fancy things and we are eager to jump on the road to start something, but sustaining it and getting the best out of it is a challenge. We normally don't get to the tipping point of these kind of innovations or policies that are diffused across. My question to you is that, do you think that we are ready as a continent to maximize and leverage the benefits of AI to get the best for our citizens? Thank you very much.
Okay, so we're going to give Aminata a minute to think about the answer while we're going to take the second question from gentleman in the front. Yeah, I see gentleman in front have a question, right?
Good afternoon, everybody. My question is related to digital inclusion. Since digitalization of services has now become a necessity rather than luxury. And my question is related to the generational gap, because millennials, they've already adapted to the technology. Gen Z, they grew with technologies. And the generation before millennials, let's say the senior citizens, what were the challenges that you faced while including them in the digitalization of services? And what are how did you tackle it? Because back in my home country, we are also working on the digitalization of services. digital framework of Nepal, so that we can get some insights and deal with the challenges. And the next question is, with innovation comes issues, and there are different issues related to the security of the digitalization services. And since the senior citizens are really vulnerable to this kind of issues, how are you dealing with it, and what are the steps that should be taken in the future? Thank you so much.
Okay, so let me take one more question from the participant in the back. Well, two questions from the participant in the back. Yeah, can you move my microphone in the back, please? With the hands up, yeah. And then we move to the side of the room. We still have time. We'll get to your side. Okay, 1, 2, okay. Be ready, 3, okay, be ready. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentations. Looking at your presentation on the 4 Ps, you talked about purpose, you talked about the practicality, you talked about to the end of the people. Now, if we come to talk about the implementation of any program that will lead to inclusion, right? My question here is just saying that, do we create a global standard for application of AI, or do we look at it from a contextual perspective? And if we should do that, can we marry the two? Looking at it from a global perspective and also looking at it from a contextual perspective so that we can sustain it within the SDGs. Thank you.
Okay, good. Yeah, just get one more from that side, okay? And then we move to this side. So can you pass the microphone to the lady in the back, please? And then we're gonna jump into the answers really quickly, because then we'll move to this side of the room.
Thank you very much. My question is, looking at the challenges that are there in AI transformation and the implementation in the public service, what could be the priority sectors, like all things being equal, which sector could be given priority if resources are limited? I'm also looking at the presentation that Madam Torre spoke about in Africa, where we have a resource challenge. So I'm just trying to look at it from that point, like which sector would we say we cannot compromise? This is the sector that we have to invest more when it comes to AI transformation for delivery.
Thank you. Aminata, you have 2 questions addressed to you. Is Senegal ready? Is Africa ready? And then what are the services, or the sectors that we should prioritize in?
Well, to the gentleman in the back, I think I'm trying to answer to your question. We have to jump in the first seat. And I would expect your generation to do so. If you do have the youngest generation in the world being African, you do have a huge increase of level of education. Why won't you jump on the first seat? My question is back to you. We have to beat this Afro-pessimism that just we inherited from the past. We have to be bold. We have to be, as Korea did. I encourage you to read the history of Korea that went through, hardship. We went through hardship. They beat the game. So Africa is able to beat the game and is beating the game. If you go back to 1960, the life expectancy was 48-year-old. And now it's 67. It's still very low. We have to bring it to 80. So we call upon you, the young people, to be bold, to be brave, and to beat the odds. And I think that was the point of talking about all the experience across the continent. From Dakar to Johannesburg, you do have small companies in ITs trying to exist, and they're making headrows. So I don't share at all this Afro-pessimism that, where we whine about ourselves. That mentality has to go, and we have to erase that. That brings me to the idea of the priority.
Right.
Here, it's about accelerating the SDGs. So you're very much correct. I think it's about the basic human right that we can solve and accelerate the progress. Health, I talk about maternal health. Education, of course. You start by education. I think in Korea, that's what they, the 2 sectors that they challenge it right from the past. That's why you in Korea are a good example that you can beat the odds and you can set yourself up for success. I do strongly believe that, and I hope the African youth will take it up. So health is very important. Making sure also that we have education. We made huge progress when it comes to education in Africa. We have universal access now to primary. We are getting more girls into secondary and universities. For instance, in Senegal, there's more girls in primary that sat for the primary education exams. And now we have more girls even in some sectors in university, including medical school. So we have to use these tools to accelerate the achievement of the MDGs. I think that's how we would allocate. But by opening it as a business, then you can go broad. I talk about how you can create jobs in the logistics sector, in the agricultural sector, et cetera, et cetera. But the priority, as we committed ourselves as African countries, be it Senegal all the way to Malawi and other 58 countries, we pledged to achieve the SDGs. So that should be a guiding principle when we allocate the resources. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I just want to add urban management as the other prioritization that we are putting together, because urban growth is the economic growth. So we want to be able to boost education, boost healthcare, and at the same time make sure that economic growth comes with the urban transformation that are sustainable and, of course, economically viable. Gentleman in the front, in white polo shirt, to whom did you address your question? To whom? To whom did you address the question? To one of the panelists, or? Okay.
It might be, yeah. So actually, before COVID-19, the public service will be operated by the government itself. So it's very low and very huge, and it's not good speeds. But after COVID-19, or due to COVID-19, the governments have a very close partnership with the civil hackers and the private providers. It's like a neighbor or KakaoTalk. So, but at the time, we do something for the people, the nation, with their mercy. But after that, they are very feel patchy. When we need to have the governments without any price, any free, any charge. But after that, it takes 5 years. At this moment, we are asking them just mercy. So please do it for the people without any pay. But the public side or in private side, they consider these kinds of projects as they are brand images or ESG activities. But how, when the governments need to do that without any payments? So it's time to the government or public sector to consider as a good incentive for the private sector to take actions for them for the nationwide. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. For gentlemen in the front, for us, standards have to robustly evolve with the transformation. We don't think of standard as something set in stone that we can't change it. If the standards are too broad, then we make it more robustly narrow so that it can fit with the things that we are trying to do. If the standards are too tough and rough, we can't do anything about it because, we can't do anything new because the standards are too rough and too strict. Then we might have to tweak it so that it works with something that we're trying to do. Because if you put guardrails or standards too much at the beginning, then you might not be able to get any innovation at all. Because innovation itself is about risking something that you've never seen before. So risk is part of the processes. The standard has to robustly evolve. I'm going to ask you guys for just 5 more minutes of your lunchtime, Shelley, just 5 more minutes of everybody's lunchtime, because I think I see at least 3 hands on this side. So rapid fire questions and the rapid fire answers, please. Yes.
Yes, my name is Mohammed Mashaka from United Republic of Tanzania. Actually, to me, it's not a question, but rather a comment, especially from our colleagues from Africa there. I think from the time that you're talking about the digital economy and the 4 Ps, down to where my colleagues from Kenya yesterday, she was talking about the data sovereign and how we can really utilize the implementation of AI. I think the challenge comes to most of the developing countries on high-performing computing. We don't really have enough infrastructure. If you look in the whole global data centers, Africa contributes only 2% of the data center. And we have almost about 307 megawatts, you know. So the biggest challenge here, I think, is the computing performance, but rather about frameworks. Because you can see most of the people are talking about strategies, framework, we need to have policies, but the real challenge, if we really want to have our own data sovereign, we need to have a data localization, the data privacy, the issue of infrastructure is inevitable. And I think this is very crucial if we really want to compete, if we really want to be on that level of maximizing, training our AI kids and whatever. The issue of infrastructure is very important. For example, in Africa, so I think South Africa is leading with about 41 data centers, but the rest of the countries, the gap is really big if you come down from 4, 3, 2, 1. So we really need a high-performance infrastructure. And I think this is something that we really need to work upon for us to be in that level. But issue of policy, guideline, I think it's not that much because, you know, these are the easy ones to go. Thank you.
We got it. Thank you. Let me take two more, and then Aminata can answer that a little bit later on. Yeah. I probably can guess your answer, right? Investment, isn't it? We'll hear from you in a minute. Yes.
Hi, this is Jaewon from UNCTCN, implementation arm of the UNFCCC technology mechanism and hosted by UNEP. My question goes to you, Daniel. First, I would like to appreciate the examples that you shared as it applied AI for the group of citizens, those who are at the welfare blind spot. I believe the prioritization of what the Australian government did is crucial. As Australia moving forward with this adjunctive approach, which is neither the top-down nor the bottom-up, somewhere in between, how frequently do you think New South Wales state government or Australia should update their policies or legislations on AI to best support this fast cycle of technology innovation that's happening? Thank you.
Okay, and then one last question in the back. Just come on, Anna. Just 1 more minute, please. Yeah. Last question. Yeah, you can have it. Yeah, please. That over there. Yeah, one last question.
Okay, thank you for your sharing. I'm Indi. I'm from Iowa Women's University, and I'm also a public official from the Ministry of State-owned Enterprises in Indonesia. As we know, there's no such thing as like perfect AI system or application. That's why we work on continuous improvement, whether it's related to the system itself or to the data security and governance. So my question is related to public sector. How can we ensure the sustainability of this application, especially when facing like a reshuffle of manager or top leaders? In some cases, perhaps this happened only in my country, new leaders tend to initiate like completely new application instead of like developing the existing application. And have you also like facing this kind of issue, or do you have any policies in place to ensure the sustainability of like the application? Thank you so much.
Okay, rapid fire answer. Aminata, please.
Well, when it comes to infrastructure, gentlemen, that was your question, but he doesn't seem to follow. So let's not let the good be the enemy of the best. We're building our infrastructure as we go along. I don't think development is, one magic, bullet and you have it all. You build upon what you have. And you do have, at community level, some applications that are making the difference, as I, sort of share it with you. So as we go along, and we invite the business sector to come on a win-win basis to develop together the infrastructure. They make money, we solve our development issues, then we can go along. But it's all about mindset, changing the different mindset. I mean, the mindset has to be, we can make it if we commit to it. We acknowledge the difficulties that we have and the constraints and the challenges. That's why I made long development about history, because you have to take that into consideration. But nothing prevents us from moving forward based on what we have, the infrastructure that we have already, and we're going to improve them as we go along. We will accelerate the progress. If we do have good governance, we work on, against corruption, et cetera, but we do have tools to work with as we speak, because it's happening. It's been happening. So we're talking about accelerating the pace of things. So I call upon, the young people, the decision makers, to be optimistic, because you have all the reason to be. But if you look into just the difficulties and the constraint, and we whine and whine and whine, well, we're going to whine until next century. So and I don't think that's the position and the state of mind that we should have. And I see really young African entrepreneur, women mostly, also trying to move forward the continent. And this is the best place for business, actually, as we speak. It's Africa. That's where you have to build infrastructures, et cetera. So people are rushing. So, but you have to get ready to be ready when they arrive, to make sure that you do have the good contracts and we build our resources. And I'm very optimistic. So that's how I look at things. Thank you.
Thank you. Daniel?
Yes, the question regarding what New South Wales is doing and whether we should be updating our policies to ensure that our regulatory environment in absence of a legislation, so Australia doesn't have a legislated act on AI. Yes, at the New South Wales level, there is activities happening within the regulators, so they are starting to evaluate and understand whether the regulation is fit for different scenarios around AI. And the Commonwealth level, as you pointed out, they're doing a similar thing across the Commonwealth. We coordinate between the states and jurisdictions in learning from each other through that process. Regarding at the policy level, which is where my role is within New South Wales, yes, definitely we're reviewing the policy and updating the policy. I think with the rate of change with AI and what it means is that we'll be moving to an operational lens to that policy advice, where we'd be making very frequent sort of updates and advice to the safe and appropriate use of the technology, because it is changing very regularly and frequently. So I think having a policy process that's annual, is probably not going to work when you're thinking about how we actually respond to and ensure that we're using AI safely and responsibly.
Okay, well, thank you so much. So my conclusion, I just only have one line. So use AI, build trust, design incentives so that people want to use them. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you for the panelists. Thank you so much. It's been a great panel, isn't it? Shelley, please come in. Thank you.
Why don't we give another big round of applause to Nan for his excellent moderation, our speakers, Ms. Aminata Toure, Mr. Kyo Jang, and Mr. Daniel Rolick for sharing their experiences. We will now take a lunch break. Perhaps we could use the lunch break for networking opportunities and to address the speakers should you have more questions. You may wish to enjoy the light lunches that we are offering. And should you offer this option, please ensure to return the empty lunch boxes back to the lunch booths. You may also venture out to the restaurants on the first floor of Convencia. Please return here by 2 p.m. prompt for Learning Lab 2 on strategic foresight. Bon appetit. start in 5 minutes. May I respectfully ask you to enter the hall and take your seats.
Test.
Welcome everyone to Learning Lab 2 on Anticipating Change, Strategic Foresight and Anticipatory Governance. I am delighted to invite the moderator for this session. Ms. Minke Mainers is a Strategic Foresight Specialist. Please welcome Ms. Mainers with a big round of applause.
Well, hello, hello. It's my pleasure to be here. I will facilitate the session indeed alone, so bear with me. I hope you're not suffering from a food coma after lunch, because we will actually have quite an engaging session here today. So this will be about strategic foresight. I don't know if it rings a bell to anyone. Can I maybe see some hands for those who know strategic foresight? All right, that's a few, but maybe not the majority, I would say, so great. Because this is a learning lab, right? So we will introduce you a little bit I will introduce you a little bit to what strategic foresight is, and specifically how you can use it in the context of effective governance and AI transformation. Thank you. I should have this. So what we will do today, it's basically, we have an hour and 15 minutes, I've been promised. And it will basically be 3 main blocks. So the first block will be a little bit about what is strategic foresight, since many of you are newcomers to this entire concept. I hear a little bit of echo. I don't know if that could be changed. The microphone people. We will start with a little bit of a warm-up exercise. You know, it's after lunch, so we might need a little bit of introduction, and it will be about what your relationship to the future is, to get a bit of a self-reflective moment to understand your... The echo is only getting worse. Do you hear an echo? It's better? All right. Then the next bit is the most exciting bit. It's an hour of full workshopping. So we will kind of spice it up already. You see, the setup is already a little bit different. I'm not on the big stage. And we will actually do some group work here. As you can see already, the flip charts on the table. I will first give you a bit of introduction of scenarios. I drafted 4 different scenarios around the future of AI and AI governance. And we will collectively kind of start exploring, and this will be an invitation to all of you, to kind of jump into that future. Jump into that future world of 2050, because it will not only be about, you know, the challenges and opportunities for today, but we will actually start discussing what are the challenges and opportunities of tomorrow. And we love uncertainty as foresighters. We love to embrace uncertainty because that is part of our daily life, but also part of policy making, I believe. So we will actually, and I invite you also to do that today with me, to not rebuttal the scenarios, but actually start embracing them a little bit. All right. Well, the facilitation of the sessions will be guided by some excellent colleagues as well, like Praveen and Anna, and Non will be helping me to do the facilitation. And then next we have a little bit of plenary roundup. It's a discussion where we talk about anticipatory governance and how you can start building anticipatory governance in your work. All right. But first, let's do a little bit of a warm-up exercise. And it basically contains of 2 questions. So when you think about the future of AI and the AI impact on sustainable development, do you feel overall positive and optimistic, or do you feel rather pessimistic about the future? So it's an either or. You can't be anywhere in between. And then the second question is, when you think about this future, do you actually feel like you can influence it or not? So I invite you to go to, it's a bit of a Mentimeter, but then different. It's called Who Clap. You can either scan the QR code or enter, sorry, am I in your way? And reflect on these both questions. So the first question is, when you think about AI's impact on sustainable development, do you feel overly optimistic or mostly pessimistic about the future? Sorry, I was going way too fast. Yes, I know. Take your time. Wow, we have a very optimistic crowd here. I will move it to the next, but I think you can still answer the... Can we move to the next question? Zach? Yeah, so the second question is about can or can't influence this future. Okay. It's overly optimistic, yeah, and overly people think they can actually influence it. So brilliant! I love this crowd already. So this is a little like an introduction game. It's called the Polak game, and it's actually developed by a foresighter called Polak. And it kind of leaves you in either of these 4 quadrants. And I think the majority is actually in the empowered quadrant, right? Where they feel that things are getting better. And we can actually act together to improve this future. It can also leave you in the I can't influence and pessimistic, so the things are bad and I can't really make any difference about it. Or in the powerless, where you're pessimistic and you can't influence. So this is, I guess, where you really are an powerless warrior, someone who worries. Or you feel optimistic, but you can't really influence. I guess that's the really happy attitude in life, where you've been kind of an hopeful observer, that things are improving, but you rely basically on bigger factors or the system to actually start changing. And why do we do this kind of exercise? It's not just a fun icebreaker or just a game. It actually serves a little bit as a mirror. It invites you to kind of step back and reflect on what is your relationship towards the future. Do you actually feel agency to influence this future? And the way we look towards the future also determines how you look at change and innovation and long-term thinking. Does it actually make sense to step in the domain of foresight and think of different futures? Well, the majority is, so that's an excellent starting point already for today's discussion. So your position really reveals something about your mindset and your sense of agency about the future. Some of us might actually feel anxious or worried or feel stuck, while others might feel inspired. And I think it's important to recognize that every one of us has a different relationship to the future. And once we start discussing these futures, some might be a bit more optimistic and some might be a bit more pessimistic. And we need to accept that, everyone has a different relationships toward that. All right. Well, thank you for your honest answers. So let's dive into the world of foresight, shall we? One key thing to understand about foresight is that we never talk about the future. We always talk about the futures, plural. We accept that the futures are there's always multiple options. There's never just one future. And if you look at your screen, or the screen, there is this so-called futures cone. It's developed by a foresighter called Joseph Forrest. And it's a brilliant kind of visualization of how most people think about the future. When people talk about the future, they often think about this baseline future. Kind of they think the future will be somehow the same as the past, maybe with some slight tweaks. So this is kind of a business as usual, default future, so to say. But in foresight, we really would like to explore the broader space around it. So we would like to explore also the plausible futures and even the possible futures. I think I had a discussion yesterday over lunch with one of, a gentleman who was asking about, but how does this actually differ when you think about forecasting, for example? Well, forecasting, that's an excellent question already. Forecasting is basically where you try to predict the future based on data from the past. So you make a kind of a linear projection from what is happening yesterday towards the future. But in foresight, so that's the baseline scenario, in foresight we're actually quite intrigued, and we would like to explore, if we look at the baseline future, what could actually disrupt this future, for the positive, for the better, or for the worse? And what are some of the emerging issues surrounding, in that plausible future and the possible future space? What is it that we are not really paying attention to yet? But we maybe should put it on a radar as policymakers. I mean, AI should already be on your radar, but there are other emerging issues surrounding that we actually should start preparing for. All right. So foresight really tries to, push our thinking a little bit and widen that lens. I promise you, this is just one definition of foresight, and there's many, so don't pin me down on it, but this is from the UN Futures Lab, and it reads, foresight is an approach for systematically thinking and acting in a long-term and anticipatory way on the conditions of uncertainty. Well, that's a mouthful. Let's unpack this a little bit, shall we? So, we are all foresighters by default a little bit. We all think about the future. When you went to this symposium, for example, you probably thought about how to get there, who would I like to meet, what would I like to learn, what would I like to get out of it. So you are foresighted by default, but doing this in an explicit and structured and systematic way, that is what sets foresight apart. So it is meant to be something as a structured approach and a kind of a structured methodology that helps you to explore the futures. And it's not only about thinking, but it's also about acting, right? It's not about just doing analysis, and I don't remember who made I think one of the keynote speakers yesterday, that was about being future ready versus being present ready. Maybe it was you, I don't recall, but that's an excellent comment. And while foresight is very much about, building and future-proofing our strategies and future-proofing our policies, but it is really about being more ready today and making better decisions based on that information. In foresight, we really think that our actions, but also our inactions really matter. So it's not only about thinking and not only, doing a nice little exercise together, but it's also about making better decisions. I should not walk so far. There we go. All right. So why is it so particularly important in the context of AI? I am not an AI expert. I'm going to say that up front already. So you are the experts when it comes to AI. But why I personally think that AI is such an important and it's such a great candidate for foresight is that we are seeing basically the convergence and the intersection of two large-scale projects, two large-scale global projects, right? On the one hand, we have the SDGs, and on the other hand, we have AI. The SDGs are really this blueprint for equity and sustainability, whereas AI is this really, we have talked a lot about it already, but it's this competitive force that will reshape our societies and our economies in profound ways. But I guess it's really misleading to think that AI is just a new tool that you can plug into an old set of problems that is just going to plug and solve the SDGs. I think you should really see this in a different way, where they both are kind of co-evolving. AI will reshape fundamentally how we pursue development, and the SDGs will test whether that can be it can be governed for equity and sustainability. But the thing is, while these two global agendas are fundamentally different and have fundamentally different logics and fundamentally different bases of development, AI evolves really fast, driven by power, competition, and scale, where the SDGs are really moving slowly, grounded in inclusion, equity, sustainable development, planetary boundaries. And it's our challenge, the challenge of our time, to really reconcile both worlds, to reconcile these two different logics and reconcile the two different bases. And at the heart of this is really data, right? AI learns from data, but it also encodes biases, inequality in history. For example, if you take SDG 2, when you want to build, that's about zero hunger, so beating food security, enhancing food security. When you ask AI to do so, it might actually prefer monocultures and be a bit more about optimization. Whereas you can actually ask if that's really a world that we should actually pursue, and if how this will affect smallholder farmers, for example. So to address this new risk, we see this whole new emerging global AI landscape. The UN is doing really profound work at that end. For example, the Global Digital Compact, we have the Pact for the Future, etc. But it will still be a big question of how, in 2050, where this will actually land up. All right. We talked about this already a lot. So the speed of change, the pace is completely, fundamentally different. So AI development is progressing way too fast. So conventional policy-making processes and conventional policy processes really struggle to keep up, right? So that's why we need new methods and innovation in our methods, and that's why foresight can actually help. Foresight is really about trying to anticipate already this, and do this in a systematic way, the risks, but also the opportunities and the pathways that can now actually help us accelerate the SDGs. The aim is really here, and this is, I would like to emphasize this a lot. The aim is really not to predict a future here today. We are not in the business of predicting. We are in the business of preparation and preparing. The thing is really to prepare not for one future, but multiple futures that could actually unfold, and embrace, that uncertainty that is inherent of our time. Okay, I said I love already, so we will get to work quite soon. But before we do, scenario thinking, that is an essential tool of strategic foresight. It's just one of many tools. If you're interested in learning more about foresight, then I will share the UN Futures Guide that has a plethora of different methods, like horizon scanning, but also scenario building in various methods. But today we'll explore one of them. Who is aware about scenarios and has ever worked with scenarios in a deliberate way? Hands. Some, no, only Anna. All right, so scenarios, again, are not predictions. Really, we're not here today to talk about predicting the future, but we actually use it as a tool, a thinking tool to explore possible alternative futures. And it's really a story that helps us transport us in the future. So use it as a diagnostic learning tool. They're extrapolations of current trends, but at the same time, we're looking at these emerging issues and the uncertainty surrounding it. So, hope I emphasized that enough. What we'd like to do with foresight, and I said this already, is that to really understand the strategic questions and the strategic dialogue that we actually should be having, is that we at foresight are trying to dig deeper. What are actually the key uncertainties when it comes to, in this case, the future of AI and AI governance? We asked this through a survey, and we've done multiple workshops to really start identifying, okay, when we talk about the future of AI, and I think many of these issues actually have come across already during the last half a day, or day and a half. But these are some of the questions that we identified. So who owns and controls data? That's one of the key determining questions when we look at the future of data, the future of AI. Will it be individuals/communities, or will it be powerful firms or powerful states, just a handful of people? Who benefits? Are benefits kind of shared equally and broadly, or are they, again, concentrated among a few powerful actors? Another question is, why do we actually deploy AI? And again, this is not about a preferred future, right? This is about possible futures that could unfold. So is the AI deployed for good, so for equity and resilience, or mainly for optimization and competition? Another question is, can we actually govern AI? Think about, it's 2050, right? So we don't know, and there's probably experts in the room that could testify to this. We don't know if AI will still be within or beyond our understanding. And that matters a lot when we talk about governance, no? And how do we govern? Do we govern in an adaptive and anticipatory way, in a multilateral setting, or is it fragmented? And are we unable to keep up the pace with AI? So keep this in mind. I don't know if there's any reflections at this point or other key uncertainties that you think that we should actually be taken into account. Let me quickly introduce you this foresight method. It's a 2x2 scenario methodology. It's quite straightforward, and you can use it in your work as well. What we do is we have just been discussing the key uncertainties, right? We will pick 2 of these key uncertainties, and we will plot them on the X and the Y axis. And that will give us 4 different distinct futures. And why we do this is that we really want to have the kind of the biggest divergence in different plausible futures that we could explore. So they're a bit of extremes often, because we put the opposite often the key uncertainties on either of these axes. And this will give you, if we do this in the context of our little exercise today, the following. So let this sink in for a little bit. This will be the framework that we will be using today. These scenarios are based on 2 key uncertainties. So bear with me. One key uncertainty that we selected, or that the experts selected, is on the horizontal axis, so that one, what is our ability to govern AI? Is it still within human understanding and control? Or is it exceeding human understanding and control? So are we able to actually govern it? And the other key uncertainty that we would like to discuss is who will benefit and who gains actually from AI? Is it broadly shared, supporting the SDGs, so aligned with the SDGs, or is it empowering, concentrated among a few actors? So the concentrated and an equal one. And this will give you 4 different distinct futures. And we will, each group will actually explore one of these futures, and we will start discussing a little bit. What are the key risks and opportunities? Who wins? Who loses in this scenario? What is it that we should prepare for? So if you still have a little bit of energy left, I will talk you through each of these scenarios really quickly. But you will be invited to just explore one, since we don't have a lot of time today. But I guess it's quite interesting still to see the other worlds as well. So symbolic stewardship is the first scenario, and Anna will actually be guiding, there's Anna, will be guiding your session, and I think these 2 groups will be exploring this scenario, so pay attention, but for the rest of the crowd it might still be interesting to listen closely as well, because then it makes sense when they report back. So symbolic stewardship. That is a world where AI is within our understanding, and it's inclusive, and that the benefits are shared equal. So in this future, we see AI and AI governance co-evolve with the principles of SDGs. So AI functions a little bit like this planetary nervous system, a distributed, transparent, and participatory manner where communities actually own their data and they get paid for it in a fair way. We also see a human-centric AI revolution here that's taking hold. Lots of powerful, low-cost AI tools empower not only governments, but also entrepreneurs, like small business holders, but also the bigger ones, and local communities worldwide to tackle their challenges, from food security to climate resilience, with immense accuracy. Remember, you're in 2050, so this could be very much possible. We see a radical commitment here to decentralized governance that ensures equity, cooperation, and innovation. However, okay, this is like an utopian scenario, but this balance is quite delicate, right? It requires a lot of coordination and vigilance and the trust that you have to have in this scenario among each other, not only in countries, but also between countries, is enormous. So this is the challenge that you will be tackling today with Anna. Oh, I should now go back. This is good for my steps. Chaotic commons, that will be with me, and that's these two groups, so roughly this crowd. Chaotic commons is a world where AI develops here as well beyond our human understanding, moving faster than governance can keep up, reshaping economies and societies in very unpredictable ways. A cheap, accessible AI tool spread widely, empowering individuals, firms, and communities in all countries to innovate across all sectors. The benefits are broadly shared. Local solutions improve money problems, but it's also creating major disruptions on the labor market. So you will see things really start to crack down. Governments are falling behind because they can't keep up with the pace of AI. They can't really keep up with the runaway AI, so to say. So you see black box AI systems that dominate with very little accountability here. And critical systems start to malfunction, and disinformation campaigns here is a real challenge. So this is you. Then here we have the global gatekeepers. Global gatekeepers is a world where AI is still within our understanding, but the benefits are concentrated and unequal. AI is safe and reliable, but access is really controlled by a handful of dominant firms and powerful states. So they determine who has access, and they determine the price of these applications. Strict rules and high cost of compliance lock out SMEs. Poorer countries really creating this two-tier system of have-nots and haves when it comes to AI. Citizens really trade their privacy for convenience in your scenario. Governments see their power to provide us of essential services. So many societies find themselves on this so-called form of algorithm colonialism, where decisions are made elsewhere in opaque systems. So that's you. I think you're getting excited here already. I see some nodding. Good, good, good. Then finally, we have, I would say, the worst case scenario, but that's under the guidance of the ROM. So this will be the final bargain, where it's optimized for order, but hallowed agency. That will be you. I will maybe ask some folks that are in the back to come to this group, because otherwise it's a bit disbalanced. This world is really looked at first glance as a triumph of AI efficiency. Cities run smoothly, crops flourish, resources are optimized to decimal, but the triumph also sees really a darker reality there, right? Citizens have traded their autonomy, their privacy, and democratic voice for the convenience and certainty of machine rule. Dissidence and diversity is not really a thing anymore in your scenario, because citizens and their input is just reduced to bare data. Local cultures and knowledge are erased because it's all in the standardized solutions and for optimization. So the system strength is also its vulnerability in this case. Good luck with this one. I hope you can still sleep. All right. So now I quickly introduce you to these 4 different worlds. Next, we will go to work. As said, we will explore the scenarios collectively. I think we need a few more people to maybe the worst case scenario. I don't know if anyone feels intrigued to think about the worst case scenario, but if I can ask some volunteers to maybe go to that side of the room, at least the people maybe in the back, would you mind? Yeah, we need to, thank you. All right, what we will do, thanks, Jean-Pierre, we will turn around. So I ask basically the rows in the front to turn around and meet your neighbors on the other side. Same on the row 3. Move around to row number 4. Same for you, if you can turn around here. So you will be here, yes. This is one group, so if you can maybe move a little bit to... You're all in group 5. Hello, if you can maybe move around, turn around, sorry, and then... Or do you think you can just have one scenario here, maybe? There should be here.
Yeah, just post it.
Maybe you can just form one group if you don't have a lot of people.
Okay.
If you can maybe come to the front, I think you can walk from one group. Yeah? Maybe there's some pens over there. Somebody. Yeah, so the question that we will be answering in this specific exercise. So take a minute or two. The scenarios are there, I think. Or at least I will share them. So behind these maybe so people can read a little bit. So you're a global gatekeeper. Sorry. Might not be enough for everyone, but just take a moment to kind of, read it.
How much time do we have?
About 20 minutes for this exercise.
Okay.
So this is the scenario. If you want to read it again. I'm so sorry, yeah. I have multiple roles here. But what we would like to do here is to explore the... You started already. Brilliant. So the biggest risks and opportunities in this scenario. Who wins? Who loses? Like... Yeah, it should be. It should. It should be underneath.
So here is the post-it. You can write post-it.
You need more? Good, good. Oh,
You already know.
About 1 minute left. Then we go to the next exercise. You're done already? I like it. Yes. All right, let's move to the next exercise. Now you've kind of explored the risks and opportunities. I know it's super exciting, guys. I know. I love the enthusiasm. Thank you so much. Good, Anna's repeating it already. So the next question is, for your specific scenario, what would successful policy or governance structures look like to address the risks that are posed in this scenario? And as policymakers in 2040, what would you wish you have done differently today? What immediate actions could you actually be doing? So I think we have about maybe 15 minutes to discuss, so good luck, and then we wrap it up. Is this clear? Hands up. Good.
We basically answer the questions.
So what we can do is establish international.
Yeah, international regulation. Yeah, for the
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think we're kind of closing the second discussion a little bit. Can I have your attention, please? Yes, yes. Anna, I know you're... we won't have time. Ladies and gentlemen, sorry. Thanks, Praveen. I love the applause already. Thank you. No, applause to yourself. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I should ask everyone. We won't have time for full plenary feedback, right? Because we have 8 groups, so it will be way too much. But what I would like to invite you is to report back with 2 kind of speculative stories. Either you are in 2040 and there is a headline of a major policy announcement in your future, or it's 2040 and this symposium is held. What will be the title? It's up to you to decide. You have about 1 minute to think about a headline or a symposium title, and I invite one of you to report back. All clear? All clear. Good luck. One minute. Good. I promise the last exercise. You ready? Don't ask ChatGPT, please. This is human creativity. Do we have a headline here? Okay, 20 seconds, 20 seconds. I assume you have a headline already? It's a really good question, you know? Thanks. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's wrap it up. I hope you all have a headline. All right. Pabin, you ready? Good. Let's start with this group. All right, Central, thank you. So we have here the group that was exploring the symbiotic stewardship scenario, right? So this was the most, I guess, optimistic scenario where AI is within their ability to understand and it's inclusive and equitable. Anna, who from your group can I ask to give a... No. Who can I ask?
No. Ready to clap. Yeah, for him. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Make a whole show of it. Good.
Yeah. Okay. Please go ahead. Okay.
Hello, everyone. Me and my wonderful group, after careful consideration, using our brains for a long time, trying to come up with the best, we have done what we think is the best. Your group can try, but I don't think you can come up to what my group have done here. We started, after getting the question, we did as a team. We point out our risks, opportunities, and also we did our risks, opportunities, and lastly, we did our impact. and the policies. So the title, the name we gave this project, this assignment of ours is 2040 Vision, Balancing AI Power with Human Control. At least clap for me, clap for me, clap. Yeah. So I'm going to cut out some of our risks, some of our opportunities.
You have 1 minute.
1 minute, okay. So I'm going to cut out some of our risks. Ambrose, please come. So, okay, the risks. Mention 2. Yeah. Yeah. The policy, focus on the policy.
Do not centralize the misuses and misconduct of the consumers.
Talk like.
Oh. Okay. For the first policies, identify the stakeholders and engage with them from the inception of the projects.
Okay. So our policy mainly, we are trying to be we want to provide a policy that will guide what we see as the opportunities without involving more, while reducing the risks. One of it here is policy to control the misuses and misconduct of the consumers. We have another policy as policy related to strengthening the AI awareness with School of Governance. We have another policy on using renewable energy. So, yeah. Clap.
Next is still group 1. So sorry, 2, but still scenario A, so still stewardship. Go ahead.
Thank you. This was group 2. Okay, I'm Munanga Mariwa Lionel from Cameroon. So this was group 2. Yeah, so this is what we did. We looked at the risk, we looked at the opportunities, and we came up with policies and the impact. One of the policies we came up with was a blend of hard and soft laws to regulate the use of AI. And as solution, we equally, like the impact also, we said resilient infrastructures and security. And so like, to be able to mitigate this risk and benefit of this from these opportunities, our one-line headline was Smart AI, Wise Humanity, Integrating Technology with Local Wisdom for Inclusive and Technical Progress. Thank you.
Brilliant, thank you so much. Give a big applause to scenario A. Scenario B is here. Oh yeah. That's intimidating. Test.
Okay. So before we start, in the future we'll still have annyeonghaseyo. So annyeonghaseyo. So looking at it, we have some risks that we looked at from our group. We are looking at the risks that are embedded in AI as we sit now here. Now, one of the things that we found out is that if you compare, there's inequality in the infrastructure of AI across the world. Now, what is that saying? That is saying that some countries are well developed, like South Korea. Meanwhile, some countries, like my own country, like Ghana, still have some infrastructure inefficiencies. So that's one of the risks that we'll find out if it comes to looking at the pessimism or the risk of AI implementation. Now, when we look at the optimism of it, we have all come to accept that AI is going to help solve most human challenges that we have. So because of that, most of us are embracing AI quickly. So that is one of the opportunities that we found. The other thing that we also found as an opportunity for AI is that because of the hype that we looked at from the graph of one of the presenters, we realized that there's so much hype for AI already. So everybody is looking at the future of AI with optimism, even though there's some pessimism in there. Now, when we looked at the future of AI, we also talked about the very fact that what is the title that we might give to AI in 2040. Our group accepted that if we had a symposium like this, which would even happen, we all not even be physically present. We'll all be in holographs and all that. So imagine that I'm in my washroom and I'm attending this symposium. That's possible with AI in the near future.
No, yes. Thank you. My human brain still has images. And one other group here. I'm curious, because in this scenario, it's particularly interesting to see how AI is available for all, but governed by none. So how do you approach that?
Yeah.
I know this group asked ChatGPT, so I expect a good answer here. Take it away.
So our group had the scenario B, where there's the Kyoto Commons, where there's like very fast innovations and no control. So the opportunities are there's going to be improved quality of education since the AI is like accessible to everyone and it's cheap. And also, there's going to be increasing innovations through all the sectors. And for the risks, we have like government failure, because government's going to fail to like regulate the AI innovations. And also, there's going to be cybersecurity risks, because government's gonna fail to like detect is there like doing like deep fake to like distribute like fake news to the community. And we choose the option 2, and our symposium name is From Regulation to Digital Trust, 15 years of governing AI for people and the planet.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. We have one more. Oh, yeah, we have a big group here, so an additional thought.
But make it very brief.
Okay.
Something that hasn't been mentioned, maybe. Something that hasn't been mentioned by the other.
Oh my God.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I'll just talk about the actions or policy ideas we have. We're talking about the fact that we need to localize data and make sure that there are homegrown policies to enable us to adopt AI drawn from international best practices like the EU and other bodies. We're also looking at developing competencies to use AI. We also talked about the fact that we need to enact effective policies and laws and regulations to address the challenges. We also had in mind the fact that in dealing with trade-offs, overregulation could affect creativity and innovation of AI and the benefits we'll get out of it. For the headline, we settled on make humans great again.
Make
That's
humans
option one.
great
Thank
again?
you very much.
Really good. Thank you so much. All right, let's move to Group C. Very big groups, I can see. So this is the global gatekeepers scenario, where AI is still within our control, but it's super unequal and dominated by a few.
Okay, please stand.
No pressure. Yes, you can do it. You get applause already, so there you go. Yes, we will help you. You can maybe start with a big risk or big opportunity and a policy option that you thought of.
Okay, I'm gonna start with the risk. First of all, we thought about environmental degradation. We're gonna start environmental degradation because of the resource extraction. Right now, we know AI is using a lot of resources, and we're concerned about developing countries right now. Surveillance, quality of life of communities who live close to AI data centers will be affected, like right now. Loss of diversity, losing democracy. TFGV is going to get worse because the dominant firms and powerful states will have our private data. Right now, females are getting targeted by AI, so we thought it's gonna get a lot of worse. Losing unified governance. For the opportunities, greater global cooperation on big issues. People use AI for self-growth. Powerful actors can solve complex problems. Implosion. Revolution.
Implosion. Okay.
Revolution, politicizing citizens, more leisure time, rapid social improvements. Users can set their own guardrails. Private sector and public sector can work together to create legislation for AI regulation. Our database will improve.
So a lot of individual gain for, okay. Yeah. Did you have a headline for either a symposium or a policy option? Next. Good. How
to get electricity.
Maybe some of you can explain? Yes. Because this is not immediately a headline that would could speak.
Yeah, I really thought like another headline. How to, in 2040, how to AI can become public again.
Okay. Thank you so much. Big applause. Don't be shy. This table was super enthusiastic. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So for our group, we're also dealing with Section C, which is global gatekeepers. So for our risks, one of the major ones that we identified is the widening of the digital divide. So all throughout the past couple of days, we've been discussing how digital inclusion and exclusion is one of the problems that we are currently facing. Second is the lack of or minimal international regulation. So our concern is that since the larger or the AI dominant countries have control of the AI, how do we then manage the production and distribution of these technologies? And then we also have unemployment and socioeconomic divide. So because of lack of opportunities, because AI is very much controlled and limited to a certain group of people, not everyone would have the same opportunities, both economic, in education, and other sectors. For opportunities, one that we identified is governance efficiency. So since it is very limited, there will be no need for a more decentralized form of governance. And then another one is more accurate AI forecasting. Since there are very specific users of it, they are the ones who can design and develop the AI further. And then for SDGs, we did identify some, but largely we identified that everything will be affected by these limitations in terms of AI access.
Brilliant. Headline?
So we did not really decide on a specific headline, but one of the terms that we were throwing around was actually algorithmic reality. So facing algorithmic reality, because currently it's 2025, we've discussed that AI is not just an option, but it's a necessity. So by 2040, we're assuming that AI is the major driver of our reality.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. I know this group had a discussion. Anything to add? Or shall we move to the next group? I know this group has gone a whole different direction. So we have one final group that is called the final bargain. I would say the most pessimistic scenario, but still the most laughter at this table, I would say. Yeah, who would like to report?
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity. Yeah, so this group, we had to deal with how the world is going to look like if the triumph of AI efficiency is pretty active. So we started off with things that we generally would understand, as in things that generally cut across the globe that people would appreciate. So we have points like AI can take notes in meetings. So we currently have a time where if going forward AI is adapted, we'll have AI taking notes for us, which is currently happening. Lives of people are protected, people knowing that when they insect or if they put into their, whatever they are doing, if they insect data into AI, it has protection. That's why we have data protection. A point like agile decision making. Currently, we have a way that people are able to make quick decisions because we have AI running. Example is someone would just hear something, instead of the person thinking through it, the person just asks ChatGPT. ChatGPT gives the person an answer. And we found out that there's going to be some mishaps with the system also. So every positive that we had, we also have a mishap if it is generally accepted and adapted across the globe. A perfect example is when we all decide to use AI, we send information to AI and we expect responses. One thing that is going to happen is that if we don't have active infrastructures across the globe, If we don't have infrastructures that communicate to each other, what will happen is there's going to be latency. Latency here is slower networks. So somebody will be in India, Mumbai, someone will be in Ivory Coast expecting to get an answer from an infrastructure he or she is communicating with. But since we don't have active infrastructure across the globe, there's going to be latency and there's going to be delay. So think about it. Imagine you are in Korea and then you are waiting for a traffic light to come on green and you've sent a signal. Your car has sent a, because this car communicates with a traffic light. So sent a signal and then there hasn't been any response. There might be a crash, right? If there's an intersection, there's going to be a crash. So one of the mistakes that is going to happen if the infrastructures are not built is that there's going to be a slower network and then there's going to be collisions across the group. Thank you very much.
Okay, but now a final headline, maybe.
Okay, yeah.
Oh yeah, we asked ChatGPT.
All right, thank you. And our headline we came is Tech Giants Rule the World. That is Government Reduced to Regulators of Silicon Valley. And 2, End of Intimacy. Robot companions replace human relationship. Birth rates collapse. Thank you very much for your time.
I have a lot of questions about the second one, but maybe we leave that for the a big applause. And a big applause to all of you. Thank you so much for your active participation here. And maybe a final few words on why we actually do this. So I hope you kind of understand that this is a quick and dirty foresight exercise, right? And normally when we do this type of exercises, let's go to the final bit. When we do this kind of exercises, we do it really thoroughly. We build the scenarios from the ground up. We use AI, certainly, but this is still human work, because we have to think about what is really driving this future. What are the driving forces of that kind of impact the future of AI and AI governance? So that is where we select the key uncertainties. And then we draw these scenarios, and these scenarios normally are much larger, and they encompass all the different factors that we have to take into account. So they talk about sustainability, social cohesion. They talk about, I don't know, intimacy for the matter. So how we use these scenarios is normally to test whether you are all kind of in the process, and all your national governments are in the process of developing strategies and developing policies, right, to govern AI. And that is all about the preferred future that we want to go to. Like you build on the vision. But what we do with scenario thinking is really stress test those scenarios. So what we do is we take the policy options, or we take your strategies, and we see whether they still hold or how they will kind of materialize. I know where we have to end, but just give me the final words. So we kind of test whether they still hold in these various scenarios. So that is kind of one way where we embed foresight in policy making. And just to kind of round it up, anticipatory governance is much larger than only foresight. Foresight is about long-term thinking. Well, we've done a little bit of sneak peek, but anticipatory governance is really more about also innovating and being open to innovation and being open to uncertainty and accept that uncertainty is part of your policy-making processes. And how it's really different from traditional policy-making processes is that the way you already operate and the way you involve your stakeholders is completely different. So you've seen already the collective wisdom of this crowd. So if you bring together a diverse group of people with different background, different expertise, and you do these exercises in a participatory way, in multiple, I know we have to cut it. So that is already a great way to involve your stakeholders and think collectively about the future, because we definitely know more still than AI. If you have more questions, I can definitely talk more about how different governments have actually built up their anticipatory governance. There's great examples across the world. I will share this slide deck with you. There will be resources available as well if you would like to know more about foresight. But for now, let's close it off. And a big applause to all of you for participating so well.
We would like to thank Ms. Mainers for the excellent facilitation and all the participants for your enthusiastic engagement. We have few announcements. We have evaluation each day, so please make sure to scan the QR code and complete the evaluation for today. For participants who have traveled to Songdo by bus from Seoul, please be informed that the bus will be taking you back to Seoul at 3:50 p.m. For the participants who have pre-registered for the Incheon field visit, please proceed to the foyer in front of the registration desk. You'll be guided by 2 officials from the Incheon Metropolitan City and 2 officials from the Incheon Tourism Organization. The bus will leave at 3:30 p.m. There's also some coffee in the foyer ready for you, and we also look forward to meeting you tomorrow at 9 a.m. I wish you an enjoyable rest of the day.